All right, guys. Yes, I'm live here. I just wanted to. I've been meaning to go live, but sometimes other things catch up with you, so you're not able to go live when you want to. But yeah, the way Western society is going as a whole, uh, it's just more indication that you need to let what they started sort itself out, and just basically you have to finish in somewhere else if you're not satisfied with what's going on. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people are not satisfied with what's going on. At least the men aren't. Some men are satisfied with what's happening in the society right now. you know um However, I just wanted to go over a couple of things that came to my mind. The and shout outs to my friend. He brought this kind of to my attention itself. And he and it makes a lot of sense. The things that he said, it make a lot of sense. It actually you can relate to it. you know um you can definitely relate to what is said. Now, I was reading also a book that I was also reading a book that you know and you would think that even back then it was better. um you would think that even in the ancient times that it was better, but even the ancient times were speaking about decadence. That's the one thing about it, that even back then there was decadence going on and occurring. um and scholars spoke at length about it, and it's kind of like a surprise that you hear it, because scholars were in high esteem in that time. um so I want to talk about like a couple of things, and I want to give a reminder to myself first and foremost. And I know this is hard to do, but it's something that we should do. uh but I'm going to read an excerpt. I'm going to first read a Quranic verse, and then I'm going to read a I want to say I'm going to read a excerpt from a book that alleviate to the point that I was making, that I want to make in this stream. But let me go ahead and find that Quranic verse real quick. Okay, I'll read it first. um it goes like this: A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. وَمَنْ أَرَدَّ عَنْ ذِكْرِي فَإِنَّ لَهُ مَعِيشَةٍ ضَنْكًا وَتَحْشُرُهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ أَعْمَى. And basically, what that means is, whoever turns away from my message, uh, or my remembrance, he will have a depressed life, and we will gather him on the day of judge resurrection blind. So I want to break down what that means, that interpretation, uh so we can get a better understanding. you know just give me a minute. Okay, so what that means basically, um, what that means, let's look at it. So hold on. What happened? Okay, here we go. So what that means, right? It doesn't necessarily mean a life of poverty. What it means is that, like, you will be deprived of a peace of mind. It means though, like, for example, let's say, for example, you have the OnlyFans women, you have the boss babes and things like that. Um, and they get they have their they have their cake by, I would say, questionable means, showing their bodies off, and doing things like that. Um, but the thing is that they always suffer from guilty conscience, and they are also going to be deprived of a peace of mind and real happiness. Um, and we're going to see that. I'm going to show some things about that. And I want to read another thing that was also shown to me. Just give me a minute while I find it. Um, Let me see. Yeah, this is better. So I want to also show one thing that was I want to read one verse that was given to me. Well, it's not a verse, it's actually from a book from a famous scholar. He kind of gave a blueprint. So what it so I'm gonna read the first thing first. Let me see. So it says wa zina wa nadaru in the janabiyati wa taladudu bi kalamiha wa aqul amwali nas bigair taibat nafsi wa waqlu bi shafaati awa biladin wa tahiru salati an awokatiha. And so what that means is that it's basically unlawful to do zina, fornication, and also to lust at a woman to whom you are not married, or take pleasure in her words, or to consume property of people without their consent, or to receive money in exchange for intercession, or because of debt, or to delay the prayer until time has passed. But the key thing is this, that it said that it is not lawful for you to look at lust at a woman to whom you are not married to, or take pleasure in her words. So I mean, there's something that's key here. If you're married to a woman, there's kind of no problem, as long as you're still on your square, to admire her and to want to engage with her, and to find her attractive, find her like appealing, and actually, maybe, I guess you can say, I don't want to say this in a animalistic type of way, but maybe have a little bit of lust for her, maybe have a little bit of desire for her, provided that you're married. But having the desire for other women and acting on these desires, I mean, of course we see where that gets you. um Heck, it happened with Samson. I don't know if that story, I have to check Islamically if that story happened, or was it relayed to us in the Islamic standpoint. So it also says in this book, Wallah yahillu lahu subahu fasik. Wallah mujalas tuhu ligayr daru ratsi. And what that means is that it is unlawful to keep the company of a deviant person, a fasik, or to sit with him without necessity. So I mean, like when you think about it, that's why I spend most time alone. It's because it's very difficult to like run across people who think or share your viewpoint and see the bad going on here. I mean, most people think that you're crazy for saying that, like these women are done, these women are damaged, these women are like, it's to a point of no return. So it's, unfortunately it's very, very difficult that you are going to get um right stand-up guys who are going to actually see your viewpoint, see where you're coming from, and y- you're better off not hanging with them versus hanging with them, you know, because you know how they say you are the company you keep. So it's better for you to keep the company of different things like books, or, maybe if you have some kind of something, something that's going to be productive, something that's going to be conducive to your life. You know what I mean? That's the better thing to do, you know, it's better for you. There's one more thing I want to read from this book. All right, here it goes. Wala yada li nafsihi ma rida yahu um, muf muflisun ladina da'at amruhum fi ghayr ta'ati lillahi ta'ala fi ya hasaratuhum wa ya tulla bi kalimihim yawma qiyamati. So basically, you shouldn't be content to allow yourself to do things that are going to be spiritually bankrupt. You know, you shouldn't be like, and I'm only speaking to I mean, I guess you can say I'm speaking to the non-Muslims too, because like if you spend time obeying and going off your whims and just going by what women in this society tell you what you should be, or what women in this society tell you what a real man is, then you're fighting a losing battle. How are they going to tell you what a real man is when then themselves don't even know what a real woman is anymore? There is actually video of women who don't even know how to answer the question about what a real woman is anymore. So you as a man should not hold yourself to account on women who don't even know how to be women anymore. That's the whole thing that I'm getting at with this. So I want to go over a couple of videos that of course uh I want to go over a couple of videos that were given to me, um and yeah, it's just going to show how bad it is out here. It's just it's just becoming worse and worse and worse. It's becoming, it just every day is something. you know? Every day something else is coming that i- that makes you shake your head in disbelief, you know? But what I want to get into is a few things real quick. Just give me a minute. I'll be right back and then we're going to get into it. Okay. So you can come up with all type every day on the internet you're going to see something that you thought you've seen it all, but you really haven't. And of course we're at this thing, and yeah, you know, the thing is that what we need to say is that modern women, for example, right? They'll tell you, they'll be like, oh, you're grouping all women, you're grouping all American, or you're grouping all Western women together. But the thing is, they run in packs. They show you over and over and over again that what they're about. And so you have to just take it as such. Because if they weren't about this, then more of them would be getting married, more of them would be getting like choosing. But they're not. That's just the bottom line, bro. They're not. They're getting the same treatment as um I want to say they're getting the same treatment as, a throwaway. I'm just going to be real. Like, that's just what it comes down to, bro. And so, I mean, you can't be mad when we kind of group them into one category, bro. They're not give, they're not really giving us any other they're not even giving us any other reason to group them into a different category. They're doing the same exact things over and over and over again. So they're not showing us difference. That's what I'm trying to say. They're not showing, I mean, there's really rarely any exception to the rule, is what I'm trying to get at. What I will say too, this is what I will say, and it's crazy that this has occurred and was brought to my attention. But I'm just gonna be honest with you, bro. When you see a woman who has a piercing, just a nose piercing at that, just run in the other direction. I'm telling you. Okay, that's a telltale sign that something is wrong. I'm letting you know right now. But let me go ahead and go into this real quick.
I don't talk about my kids.
There you go. Straight to the point.
Sounds
He's a
right.
bit too serious for me.
I don't get girls like this. It's too much.
What?
Go on,
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Hey, it's me, your skin. I crave being clear without irritation. CeraVe treats acne and allows me to heal. There was a study by Morgan Stanley Financial. They did you can go find it too. It's online. It's called The Rise of the She Economy. In that sort of research, they postulate that by 2030, women between the ages of 25 and 44, something like 52%. I hope I'm getting my numbers right. Something like 45 to 52%. It's over half. Yeah, over.
Shout outs to Average Man Unplugged, by the way, for this intel.
Of women of marriageable age will be single for the rest of their lives. They will not reproduce unless they have artificial insemination, but they will be unmarried and childless during those ages by 2030, which is like a very, very steep incline. In fact, they are so certain of this that they did this research on Morgan Stanley so their investors would know what to invest in the coming decade.
Wine, dog and cat food. Invest, fellas, invest.
So they're already gearing you up to what's happening, because the thing is this. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be completely honest with you, but the modern woman does not know how to be in a relationship, let alone a marriage. So what I'm trying to say is that, with these facts coming out, you kind of have to like understand that it's up to you, right? It's going to be really up to you to decide if you are going to be along for the ride, or if you're going to like get on another ride which will be better for you, um better for you, more conducive for you and more greater for you. Because this is the thing, like the thing is that at the end of the day, and I said it in previous videos, that Islam, the first thing about Islam is that Islam is, it looks at it, one of the main things it looks at is it looks at the social well-being of your of the society at whole. Like that's one of the main focuses, is the social welfare of the society. So when you are in a society and that social welfare is not there, and that I guess you could say that that cohesiveness in the society is not there, then you kind of have to think and decide, hey, you know maybe I have to do something else. Maybe I have to go somewhere else. Maybe I have to realize that what I want, what I want is not attainable. So therefore, I have to go somewhere else to get it. Okay. And basically, what I mean by what you want basically is not anything that is far-fetched. What you want is something that is, let's just be honest, something that is natural, something that has been inputted into you when you were basically, before you were ever thought of. The thing is that you were always designed to, like, I want to say that although it's possible, humans weren't really designed to like just be alone. You know what I mean? Like human like beings were designed to, be with each other. The man and woman was designed to be with each other. However, because the way society is in the West, that's no longer attainable. Okay, women don't want that. That's the thing. And when the women say they want that, they hold a man to an unrealistic standard, which they didn't even work on. And the sad thing is, they are even prepared to I want to say they are even prepared to dismiss you. They are even prepared to dismiss you when you are when you meet a certain standard, when you meet that standard, you know, even when you meet the even when you meet that standard, they are prepared to dismiss you. You know, as crazy as that sounds, as bad as that sounds, yes, they are prepared to do it. You know, I know it sounds very crazy, but it is the case. But let's continue.
What's going on, YouTube? It's your boy Ron back with 50% because they're over.
What you're saying is no. It's
They all and getting average looking woman.
To those girls,
So
why I don't like it is because he is sending a message out to those girls who are going to get that like and be like, oh, he's interested. Because that is essentially what you're doing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I've had a look at your Instagram profile.
Okay.
How many photos do you have on there, would you say?
Oh, God, I don't know, like 400 or something?
How many of them have you posted with your boyfriend?
So here's a woman, right? This woman feels a certain way when her boyfriend decides to like a photo of a man, or I mean, her boyfriend decides to maybe like a photo of an IG model or something like that, and she is offended by it. But on the same note, she has no pictures of her IG with her man, and also she still seeks the validation from other men on IG while she has a boyfriend. So in essence, of course, it's the double talk, have your cake and eat it too type thing going on. But let's continue.
Yeah, but that's my personal choice.
Hold on, answer the question. How many have you posted with your boyfriend?
Nothing.
None. So you don't have a single photo on your Instagram of you and a man. So when you post beauty on there, it looks like you are advertising to other men that you are available. That's exactly what you just said about a guy liking the girl's photo.
So the thing is, too, is what she's doing is, and you know, unfortunately, the man doesn't know this probably, but what she's doing is she's indirectly saying, hey, I'm still available even if I have a boyfriend. That's in essence what she's saying. She's in essence, she's saying, I am still looking for the best deal. I feel like the deal that I have right now is not the best deal, therefore I'm still looking. You know, as sad as it sounds, but this is just this is just how it works, man. This is just how it works. I hate to say it, but we're in this situation where that is, you know, these things are normalized, and you know, like there's nothing we can really do about it. There's nothing we can really do. Yeah, that, I mean, it's sad to say it, but we can't do it. We can't do anything about it. You know, the only thing we can do about it is just move with our feet, and inshallah, more men will move with their feet. You know, because for me, I'm about wanting to see men win. You know, I want to see men as a collective win, but I also want to see men who are, you know, men who are basically, you know, they have respect, you know, for themselves, you know. So let's continue.
Okay, but what about if he's not posting me?
Is he private or
Very private, low key. Yeah, he literally like has like what 20 followers or something.
how many followers do
So
you?
the thing is about that is again, that's probably a sign for him to leave. You have, you know how they say opposites attract and stuff like that. Yeah, in certain cases they do, but please, if your woman is just like so social media, um, so social media crazy, and you're not crazy like that, and if you are, for example, like someone who does not, even me, um, even me, I don't like post pictures of my face, um on social media like that. I don't even um post it. You know what I mean? Um you don't belong with a woman who's looking for that. You really don't. Like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. You don't belong with Aisha. Like, Steph Curry kind of doesn't belong with Aisha Curry, you know. But let's continue.
Yeah, like 12.5K, something
I
like
think
that.
so, yeah.
It's not even in the same world. What I'm trying to say is, you're like, him liking the girl's photo is him telling her that he's into her and interested and available. You posting beauty, sexy photos online, especially where you don't have a single post with your man, is you advertising to other men that you're available. So let me ask you this: the photos you post online, if you post with your boyfriend, do you think they get the same amount of likes?
No.
You know why you're doing it. Like, let's not joke.
And she got that look on her face like, damn, he's right, but I hate that he meant that he right. I don't know why women think men are so stupid when it comes to this. Seriously, over 400.
You know, and the thing is about a lot of modern women, they think we think with our private parts, you know, all the time. And it's like, a lot of us don't think with our private parts. A lot of us are kind of intuitive, and a lot of us kind of realize that we're that um we we catch on. You know, the thing is, we really catch on, and it's a matter of like, we have to adapt. You know, we have to really adapt, and so we have chosen to adapt. What I will what I will say is this, and I know this sounds crazy, is that, you know, I know this is going to sound crazy, but being, and I learned this early on. It's sad to say it, but I learned it early on. But being polite and being respectful is seen as a form of weakness here, especially to a lot of modern women. So I learned to be the opposite of that. And, you know, so far it's kept me safe, and so far it's kept me like, I want to say it's kept me out of the way, and it's kept me from falling for anything, you know.
Pictures on your IG, you don't got one single one of your boyfriend, but you over here in your feelings because he liked another girl's picture. Bro, how many times have I told y'all the same chicks that making these arguments are the same chicks that will trip over you liking an IG model pic? Meanwhile, she don't got a single picture of you on her shit, and she got 12,000 followers, and she over here crying over you liking somebody IG model pic, and all you got is 20 followers.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard
But it's the men that they say that are insecure because they set boundaries in relationships. Man, you can't make this shit up. Let's keep it moving.
Whopper, 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 BK.
SkinCeuticals uses precision and medical expertise to help skin realize its full potential.
I don't do boyfriends. I don't do the boyfriend.
So what you do?
One night stands. I just said that.
So like what I want to say is that like most of the women in America and in the collective West have the footprint of a OnlyFans model or a corn star. And you know, they're incentivized to do so. So when they're incentivized to do so, you know, like they're just gonna do it. I mean, the thing is about America and the West overall, they hold men to such a standard, right? But the women, they're not held to any standard. So they can utter out anything, they can say anything, and there's no repercussions for the things that they say most of the time.
I don't like commitment. I don't do no relationship.
You don't do relationship?
Nah, that shit dead for the motherfucker. I'm not the marrying type. I don't do marriage. One night stand. I'm more of a, solo type of.
Bruh. What is that?
That was about 5 are looking to be
In love with my ex-boyfriend, and
bizarre, man. Hope, man. Let's keep it moving.
What's your craziest confession?
I cheated on my boyfriend 3 times.
So I want to say something too that people think about me. You know, I don't only dislike Black American women. I dislike Karen too. I dislike the American Ling Ling too. I dislike I dislike Maria too, who's American. So what I'm saying is that it's an overall thing for me. I keep it like consistent with all of them. You will never hear me on this platform actually cap or put on a cape and be like, Keisha is all bad for you. Get you a Karen or get you a Becky or get you a Ling Ling. I'll never say that because they're all under the same digital programming. Okay. No matter what the ethnicity is, they all have the same footprint. Okay. So please let that be clear. And the reason is that, I know I'm within my rights to dislike them is for the simple fact that, we're instructed to hate what God hates and love what he loves. And God loves marriages, God loves nuclear families. God loves productive citizens. God loves strong men. God loves those things. He hates the opposite in which we see going on in the society. But let's continue.
Okay, why?
Because he's a dick.
Okay.
I'm still in love with my ex-boyfriend, and I have a new boyfriend.
I beg your pardon. So yeah, the thing is about it is because women, again, it goes back to the point, they'll never have peace of mind. So the thing is that a woman might have had a boyfriend, you come along, you're the new boyfriend, and it still won't be good enough for her, and she will still consider you just like she'll consider you just I just wanted a boyfriend because I got tired of I needed a break from the carousel. That's how I look at it. But let's continue.
That's kind of crazy.
We're about to go see him.
It's an evil world we live in.
What's your
Alright.
craziest confession?
My mom was in the room right next to me, right?
Okay.
And there was 5 dudes at my house, okay?
Okay.
All of them trained.
So the thing is about that is that this just goes to show you that it's not only their fault, but it's also the mother's fault that they're actually encouraging this behavior. So, the mom may be a single mom, right? She doesn't necessarily want to see her daughter happy. she a lot of the cases does not want to see her daughter married. So with that being said, you know what I mean, this is why you have the situation you have right now. You know, because the thing is, if they wanted to see their daughters married, if they wanted to see their daughters happy, then they would probably tell them otherwise, like, nah, this is not the way to go. This way it's only going to end up with you meeting the rubber meeting the road, and that road is going to be very, very bad for you. But they don't encourage them. They don't tell them, nah, this isn't the way. They actually tell them to continue on, right? But let's continue.
Jesus Christ.
5.
Yeah, my mom didn't even care. Yeah. 5 dudes. That's what's up.
That's
And you see with her doing these kind of signs, you see the finger signs and stuff like that. You see that she has kind of taken the imprint of like a demonic force type thing. You know what I mean? You kind of see that that has occurred for her. And so yeah, this is what's happening. You know, this is what we have going on, right? And you see her masculine behavior as well, you know.
She belongs to the streets.
What's your craziest college confession?
I f- 3 dudes in one night, and it was the Natty Championships of UGA.
I beg your pardon.
The third one actually ate. The second one's come out of my pussy, so that was
So you see, like, you know, like, it's just, you look at this generation, you look at the generation to come next, and you wonder, like, okay, well, you know, they want us to choose this, and the minority who are going against that is very, very small. It's a very, very small minority that are, you know, that I hate to say it, but it's a very small minority, very, very small minority who don't think like this, you know, and rather than, you know, look for that very small minority, why not go to somewhere where you can add, where you can add to the, where you can add to that economy, where you can maybe live, um, where maybe you can live, you know, a more peaceful life, a more relaxed life, and a more life where this doesn't e- e- like you know, like where you can just, man, just be normal, right? But let's continue.
funny.
Hey, yo, what the?
They both came in me.
Where is your dad? Where is your mom? Where is your family?
What's your craziest college confession?
I've just been really sexually active.
How many bodies have you got since you've been here?
About 20, yeah. And that's since July.
Jesus Christ.
So you going crazy?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Okay.
I'm positive for type 1 and type 2 herpes.
So, you know, again, I hate to say it though, you know, and this is what I hate to say, but even this kind of thing is becoming normalized, right? And they'll even guilt trip you too for, like, for example, like me, I know I'm STD free, thank God. I will never go with a woman who has an STD. You know, I'll never marry a woman who has an STD. But they'll guilt trip you for that, and they'll say, well, you know, the man was sleeping around, or, you know, the man was down low. Yeah, that was your responsibility to know about that, you know. But you were probably just driven by the attractiveness of what you had for the man, that you didn't look at the other things, you know. And so she, you know, you hear her voice, you hear how deep her voice is. And again, you know, with the advent of OnlyFans, with the advent of just Cornhub and these kind of things, this is what you're going to get. This is basically what you're going to get.
It's not like too big of a deal, I think.
Wait a minute, what the hell?
What's your craziest confession?
I cheated on my boyfriend with the guy I told him not to worry about. This guy's 20 minutes after I his best friend.
Okay.
Where's your dad? Where's your mom?
What is your body count?
8.
8.
I said 4. 2.
You're a liar.
Where's the weirdest place you've had sex?
PetSmart.
I beg your pardon?
With the dogs?
Now, I don't know if she had bestiality, but I don't put it past her if she did have bestiality. The thing is that, you know, when you see these things, you have to ask yourself, do these women ever think about God? Or do these women ever think, like, what kind of consequences is going to happen afterward? Like, you have to ask yourself that. And that's one of my, like, prerequisites for a woman. You know, is she going to wake me up to pray? You know, is she going to remind me to Jangin Quran? Is she going to remind me to do my, I guess you can say my Arwad? Is she going to remind me, hey, you know, it's recommended that you fast on these days? Is she going to do that? Those are some of the things I look for. So you have to ask yourself, like, the thing is if a woman is not inclined to that already, you're not going to be able to incline her to that. I'm sorry. Especially if she's doing things like this.
Jesus Christ.
That's so bad. Were you in that video? Were you that girl in that video with the dog?
It's an evil world we live in.
What's a secret you never told your parents?
I once found their beads in their nightstand dresser, and I didn't say it back because it was, it was our first date. Yeah. And he got pissed.
Good date.
You did.
Never had sex in a public place. Yeah, y'all need to get on that then. You're not living life. What's the craziest thing y'all done to like an ex-boyfriend?
Best friend. His other that he thought he was besides me. I her. Nah, his best friend.
Damn.
So what I'm trying to say is this: when you see all these women, right? When you see all these young women, when you see these college women, just understand that, you know, if you're in a relationship with them, you're not the only one. And there is a very high probability that, you know, there may be a chance that you may get something, you know what I mean? Like there's that probability too, you know, there's that you know, avenue that may occur, you know what I mean? So this is why you kind of have to like look at it as such and ask yourself, do you really want to choose from these people? Like, do you really want to? You know, you have to ask yourself that. I don't recommend it though, you know.
So just all of y'all are just.
It's an evil world we live in.
Besides me.
So I want you guys to keep in mind what she just said real quick, okay? I may have missed something, but just let's keep in mind. Hold on.
Nah, his best friend.
Damn. So just all of y'all are just.
So she just said, we demons for real. I would never call myself a demon, you know, or I would never call myself like an evil entity. I will always refer to myself as just a flawed nigga trying to get this thing right, you know. But the fact that she called herself a demon means that that's what she's inclining to. And you know, when you look at her, she kind of, it goes back to the Physiognomy video I did. She kind of has the look of like the Green Goblin in a way, you know what I mean? And like all of her friends have taken on that imprint, you know what I mean?
It's an evil world we live in.
Do any of those women strike you as women that want to be in serious relationships? I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you're new to the platform, please subscribe.
So shout outs to Average Man Unplugged. There's another one that I want to see. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Go to a library. Okay. I think it's this. Yeah, I think it's this one. Hold on. Yeah.
The police don't want you to know this.
They don't want you to know this. Drivers, if you
There's no reward in being a traditional good woman anymore. If you are a traditional woman who's got no, pictures on Instagram, who isn't going out all day, every day, who isn't sleeping around and isn't getting lots of surgery and not putting on loads of makeup, and you're simple, just a traditional woman, there's no reward in that. You will.
So there is a reward in that. The reward is you get a man to commit, and you get access to that man's resources, you get access to that man's attention, you get access to that man's validation, and also you get that you get the access to security as well, and you get access to a peace of mind, whereas on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the women who are getting flown out to Dubai. And do you think that they really want to become potties for the bag? Possibly, yeah. Maybe so, but I doubt it. I think if there was another way to do it, they would do it. But I don't think they want to work on that other way, because maybe that other way requires effort, and it also requires a talent. You know what I mean? So again, it goes back to the same talking points,
Never find a date. You'll never find a man that says, "Here, let me take you out." Here,
So the thing is, you'll never find a date, but chances are you will find a husband. That's the thing. You will find a husband. You'll find that really quickly as well. Trust me.
let me do this. Whereas if you are the most promiscuous, provocative, dangerous woman, your DMs are endless and you are booked every single day of the week, and you get to choose which country you want to fly out to. So humans are going to look at where's the most reward, and they're going to lean towards the most rewarding and profitable, unfortunately.
Sometimes the most reward is, as they say, not all money is good money, right? So what I'm saying is that, for example, let's say you're a rapper, they're asking you to sign on the dotted line, saying they're going to give you this advance, they're going to give you this signing bonus, they're going to give you this, that, and the other, right? But on the back end spectrum, they're going to take, they're not going to let you own your masters. They're not going to let you basically have creative control of your album. They're not going to let you, do music on your own terms. You have to do music on their terms. Then that reward is not worth it. Whereas maybe you have to struggle for a couple of years to build your own thing, but you have creative control and you get a chance to even sign your own artists. You know what I mean? So, no.
This is an insane take. In 21 to 25, never been.
That's so boring. Isn't that
It's not
boring?
boring.
That's
My body count, though.
do they really want
21 to 25, never been for the streets, looking for a husband, looking to settle down in her 20s. Off the market, they don't exist.
You understand why guys would have a problem with a woman with a high body count, though.
do they really want to have a woman that is just a virgin? Because she's not gonna be good and she's gonna have no experience.
They don't
and
need you to be good, though.
Well, the thing is, and again, you say that you can teach women these things, if especially if you're a man. Yeah, she may be shy at first, but then she is going to she is going to she's going to be receptive, especially if it feels good. You know what I mean? Like, if it feels good, they're going to like that. So you know, like the whole argument about, oh, I need like experience. I mean, if you're a man that has, if you're a woman and she comes to you and she has all these experiences, then it's not going to really do you any good. You know, it's not going to do you any good. So yeah, stay away. But again, they don't want to be married, and they don't want to be, you know what I mean? They don't want to be, basically, they don't want to be good.
That's so boring. Isn't that
It's not
boring?
boring.
That's so boring.
I'll tell you-
It's like you haven't been doing it. That's why I like you. I think that's crazy. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
Alpha guys, they don't find it unattractive that a woman would have inexperience because they feel like what's going to make that experience in the bedroom so powerful is not that she can bounce off the walls or knows all these tricks. What's appealing is that she's really excited to be there for him. She's present, she's loyal, she's committed, and he doesn't need her to be an acrobat. He just needs her to be loyal. The sexual promiscuity actually is a turnoff because then that means if she's doing all this stuff, she got a lot of practice with all these other guys. That's not special to me anymore.
If she's picked to be with you after all these guys, isn't that special that she went through 100 and
Yeah.
didn't like any of them as much as she likes the last one? And then
So, you know, she's saying that she didn't like any of the 100 guys, but the thing that she's not saying is that, like, that chances are she's going to compare you to the other 100 guys, because even if she didn't like them, they're going to somehow leave an imprint on her. And so therefore you're always going to be second fiddle to the guys that came before. That's why I say that, you know, even the Prophet alayhi salatu salam, you know, there's many hadiths that said that commended men for marrying virgins, and they, yeah, that's the thing, they commended, they you know, he recommended that you should marry which we call the virgins, you know what I mean? And so what I'm saying is that you should do that, man. You should do that. You should definitely do that. Okay? And don't let them guilt trip you for doing that either. You know, wanting to do that. Don't let them guilt trip you, you know.
then she has all these experiences and is probably really great in bed.
This is a modern wife. Yes. Before people comment, that's why she's single. She's not single. Her and her husband are
Via Comedia.
6.
way to make it work with a promiscuous woman. It has to be open.
How many times have you Comedia?
6.
6.
So again, you know, you see this guy, and this just goes to show you, like, men too, you know, like how men have no, like how men, yeah, I hate to say it, but like even some men have taken the footprint of like a modern woman, even, you know, whereas they don't like have any respect for themselves, and they, because times are scarce and there is scarcity in the dating marketplace, that they'll just sleep with anything moving, you know. They'll sleep with any and everything moving, no matter what it is, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's the thing. That's how it works.
Maddie May. Probably around there.
Yeah?
6. Yeah.
And sick, dude.
All right, let's talk about your Cancun chlamydia story.
Did I catch chlamydia in Cancun? Oh, no, yeah,
you did.
Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. It was like the first time I think I was like consistently like a bunch of new people in like a week. Like I think
So the thing is too about passport bros is that, you know, like some passport bros want to go to these like lower level Latin American countries, but you have to understand something, that you have an influx of people like that there, like this here, you know, who have like kind of like contaminated that area. So like you kind of have to think twice about where you're booking that trip to.
like 4 or 5 people in a
Uh-huh.
week. And then I went to the doctor because I thought I had chlamydia. And he's like, oh, you don't have chlamydia. This Montreal girl, she called me later to be like, hey, like, I'm not saying you gave me chlamydia, but I got tested before I went to Mexico and I didn't have chlamydia. And now I have chlamydia and only for you. So you might want to get tested. So I went again. I went to the doctor and I was like, yo, my test results came back negative. But like this girl's telling me I gave her chlamydia. And the doctor.
You're like, I don't doubt it. You're
Oh, did not
possible.
doubt it. And the doctor was like, it says I don't have chlamydia. And I told him the whole story. He's like, these say you don't have chlamydia. And he was like, but I think you have chlamydia. And then 2 years later, I that same girl again, that girl from Montreal. We stayed in contact. She gave chlamydia back to me. So yeah,
Revenge chlamydia.
Yeah, so
It's the revenge clap.
Yeah, we're even now.
The casual nature in which my generation speaks.
So, like, you hear how this guy speaks and you hear how they talk about this on the panel, but that is like just disgusting. You know, like, imagine that. You know, imagine you being in a situation where, like, you know, you're coming across someone who's presenting themselves as all good, all wholesome, not knowing that they have chlamydia from their like sexual like exploits.
STDs. It's disgusting to say the least. And I'm someone who will never
Reshaped. Do not go to fabletters.com. Do not take our historically low offer. 2 for 24 shorts, 1 for 24.
You have slept with over 5 guys or girls. Then you have absolutely no under donor aid.
Asian women trying to human.
to being a fetish. I don't know. You know, for me, I see
all kind of welfare for children. If they stopped them from doing it, said you could only.
If you've been struggling your entire life dating, that seems like a you problem. But you know what I don't understand? Women can like older men.
There's another video I want to look at. This was crazy. When I heard this video, I'm like, yo, like, I was like, yo, are they serious? But let me go ahead and find that video. But I was like, yo, this is crazy how these women talk. Let me see. I gotta find it.
See a lot of TikToks talking about he's not gonna like you if you're too masculine. Get into your feminine energy, bro. F that feminine energy, bro. Be you.
Hold on, I gotta find it. See, man, where is that video?
so that he can be good in bed.
Just left the dried up hustle because when she
Yes.
Do they love
to
Well, it's 5, 6, 5, 5.
and why don't they want to be
Single
single?
man.
You divorced?
Sorry, I'm looking for something real quick. I gotta find it. I know it's taking a little while, but there was one thing that I wanted to show that just like it kind of just like blew my mind actually. That
Definition of modern woman.
You should have like a few people on the pitch, like key players.
He has to make at least $200,000 a year. Are you on drugs?
Every single girl, in my opinion, if you're dating, you should have a roster.
Oh, so you see how the standards have lowered for women because there are some guys out here, and a lot of guys, unfortunately, that a woman who's the size of a beluga whale, right, is able to say certain things, you know, and like the thing is that like the thing is that with that being said, hold on just a minute. It's bad to, you know, that it's gotten to this point where a woman like this is allowed to say certain things, and you look at it, and if you ask this woman, does she consider herself a 10, chances are she will say yes, she's a 10. But let's continue.
So the theory is that you should have like a stadium, right? And you should have like a few people on the pitch, like key players. That's up to you what your capacity is, like whether you want to work so big.
I told you.
But then
But the thing is, when you have men who give a woman like this an audience, that's the other issue too. Because for me, I would never give a woman like this the audience. Like I would never ever give a woman like this the audience. Hell, I wouldn't give any woman the audience unless she's covered and unless she's talking against the craziness that's going on. That's the only exception that I would. But other than that, forget about it.
you can't obviously be spending all your time with your mains because then they'll get too keen, you'll get too keen, it's that messy. And you have your subs, and then you'll have like floor seat ticket holders. So you're like,
What? Floor seat ticket holders! Floor seat ticket holders!
It's crazy to me that we live in a world where men are so desperate that a solid 2 can have a roster. I know we're men and we have needs. But this can't be the way. Focus on yourself. Do better.
Men were telling us that all they had to do was go abroad to find a wife because the American women just couldn't do it.
So you have like, and this is the thing too. I want to make this perfectly clear. I want to make this perfectly clear. I want to make this perfectly clear that it was Vallejo women and also Tubac women who were advocating for men who felt like that they were women or who wanted to be women to be women. I want to make this perfectly clear. So here you have like a biological man speaking against passport bros, and it's like the women, believe it or not, in the comment section, the women were actually supporting what this thing was saying. You know what I mean?
And so far, all we've seen come out of them packing their passports and going abroad is being scammed, being robbed, being poor, tourism, and in some extreme cases, like the guy in China, literally death. Now, if everything that they had said about American women happened to be true, why, when they went abroad, did all of the shit that was going on in their relationships in America follow them across? If you can't put two and two together, who's the common denominator? There's something now going on abroad. There's bull going on back home. And who would you say is the common denominator in both of those situations?
Who was talking to her? Was it you? Because it wasn't me.
Who's doing the work. And I just really want to know, like, what are the non-negotiables?
So here's my non-negotiable when it comes to dating. Non-negotiable, I have to and go
Okay,
from
here we
there.
go. Here's what
I'd like you to believe.
I feel like so much of what
Here's
women
why
like
we-
this say is in their head.
Hold on.
A man was obsessed with silencing your voice, obsessed with quieting your work. What do these things even mean? Give us some examples, because this doesn't make any sense.
Your body count?
50, but when I'm done with porn, reclaim my virginity and go from there.
So here's a corn star, right? And unfortunately, there are men who will marry them. There are men who will marry former corn stars. The thing is about that is I don't know what's going on in their man's head. Like, you know, just even being with a woman who's probably having like the wound the size of the abyss, like how is that going to sit right with you? And like, how is it going to sit right with the fact that, like, you know, the world has seen her already. Like, you're not the first one who's seen her. Like, you're the millionth and one who has seen, you're the million and first who has seen her. But let's continue. Let's listen to her and her twisted theory.
Wait.
Yeah, right.
So
Nonsense.
50?
50.
But then when you quit,
I'll go back to 0.
so you'll be a born again
Yeah.
virgin?
Just a born again girl with 100 body count.
Yeah.
150.
Yeah.
200.
Yeah.
I think she's trying.
500.
So the thing is, when you look at,
I don't think it's
like, when you look at her eyes, even she looks kind of like possessed, you know, because one of the scholars, and maybe we'll look at a video about that, Ibn al-Arabi, rahmatullah alayh, he spoke in detail about the sacredness of relations between the genders. You know, he spoke at this at length. And the thing is about it is that he spoke at it in such a certain extent that you know, this was something very, very serious. This was something very, very crucial. But when you treat it like how she treats it and how OnlyFans model treat it, then you start to it becomes something evil rather than something rather than something that is natural, rather than something that is a gift from God. You know, that's what happens. You know, this is what happens.
gonna get up that high. I'm not
How
gonna do
many
it.
bodies do you think you'll have by the time you're retired?
By 25, probably like 300. Yeah.
What do you think that's going to do to your hair bond?
Yeah.
You want to have a
I mean,
successful marriage?
I do, yeah. But in all honesty, I feel like if people are like, I have emotional intelligence, so I feel.
So she says she has emotional intelligence, but there's not much emotional intelligence if you're involved in corn. You know what I mean? In fact, there's no emotion at all if you're involved in corn. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure like what's the, you know what I mean? Like what really is the thing that's going on? You know, like what's really, like what does she mean emotional intelligence when she really does not have she really doesn't have emotional intelligence, you know? Like, I'm just gonna be honest, you know. Well, let's continue.
feel like at the point where I'm ready to settle down with someone, I don't think who I've been with in the past is going to really affect that for me.
I wonder how many women say the same thing.
300 bodies at 25. And she has the nerve to say that she wants to have a successful marriage. Rihanna, Chief Keef, damn.
Let's talk about women hitting the wall. There's men who love to scare women about hitting the wall.
So he would come visit me.
Traditional themselves.
Time of what it was like being in a talking stage for 6 months. The story is just so pathetic and embarrassing, but I'm gonna tell you guys anyways.
One thing that I notice about a lot of women too is on these TikToks and stuff like that, when they have story time, and everything like that. One thing I notice is that they are always putting on makeup, man. It just seems like I've never seen like a woman who just does not wear makeup. You know, I did one TikTok earlier and it triggered a woman, you know, it triggered her. But the TikTok had a like basically women doing sorcery with their makeup, because the thing is their makeup pretty much transformed them into a completely different person. Literally, you didn't even recognize that woman when she had the makeup on, you know what I mean? And what happened is I'm like, this is sorcery, because it is. Anytime a woman is involved in tarot readings, anytime a woman is involved in zodiac signs, anytime a woman is involved in like those kind of things, she's involved in sorcery, directly or indirectly. Now, one woman replied that, you know, and this was crazy. And I'm like, wow, you really can't make this up. One woman replied that a man's beard is a form of sorcery because of the simple fact that, you know, it enhances a man's beauty or whatever the case may be. But how is something that grows naturally and that God instructs us to grow, how is that a form of sorcery? You know, something that grows without our control, right? Something that in order to prevent the growth of it is we have to shave it. How is that sorcery? We don't like get up one day and say, okay, let me put on my beard. We don't do that. Okay? We don't do something like that. It's something that it just grows. All right? So if it's something that just grows naturally, how is that a form of sorcery? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Please let me know. Yeah, she was very triggered about it because she's probably one of those women who put on makeup and do these kind of deceptions.
So I met this guy through a dating app. I know, first red flag, I know, but he was so good looking, like probably one of the most like good looking men I've ever seen in my life at the time. I lived in a dorm at the time, so he would come visit me and I shared a room with my roommate. And guys, I kid you not, every time he would come through the hallways, everyone, guys and girls, would come out just to look at him. Like, that is the power that this man held. And like when he would leave, me and the girls and the guys would all be like freaking out over him because, oh my God. And to my look, we got along really well. He was such a kind person, so nice. I took him to my university semi-formal. Like, we would literally hang out every single day. And I was just so excited because I'm like, there is no way that I'm gonna end up dating this guy. I met his mom, I met his grandparents. Everything was seemingly going so well, except the fact that he was such a shitty texter. But like, I was okay with it because we pretty much saw each other every day. But obviously, as time went on, I was like, why haven't I been cuffed yet? Also, side note, he gave me like stingy vibes too sometimes, even though he had like so much money. But like, besides the point.
So again, you know, the guy checks off all the boxes and that guy has options. So, you know, he looks at her and it's just like, oh, okay, target practice, no problem. You know what I mean? And so this is what it comes to, man. Like I'm just letting you know, man, this is really what it comes to. Okay. And so with that being said, man, you just the rules get broken. The rules get broken for which one call it. The rules get broken for the for a certain archetype of man. Just give me a minute. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here we go.
Boy, I'm like, why have I not been cuffed by this man? Like, we're pretty much dating without the title. I do partially blame myself for not communicating properly to him. But I did express several times that I did want to date. I just didn't want to ask him to be my boyfriend at the time because, like, I'm a Middle Eastern girl. I need the man to be, like, the go-getter. So COVID hits,
So the thing is, I want to say about that, and this just goes to show that even women from like traditional families have taken on the have taken on the have taken on the footprint of the modern woman. Therefore, you have to kind of just like look at it as such and take it for what it is and move accordingly. Now, another thing I want you to understand too is most women don't have game. Like most women do not have game. Most women do not know how to like most women do not even know how to talk to a guy. You know, I'm just gonna be honest with you. A lot of women don't know how to talk to men. A lot of women don't know how to even like communicate with men. You know, they really don't. A lot don't. And they weren't taught they weren't taught to communicate with men. So this is why it's like, you know, the media, right? I'll say the media and also the overall general Western society will make these women out to be these superior beings, but really, as a matter of fact, they're quite opposite. You know what I mean? And that's why I advocate as a man that you should know your you should kind of like know your know your value, know your worth, and just really kind of stay on your square, bro. Just please stay on your square and these don't be victim to these kind of things, man. For real, for real. For real, for real, for real. Well, let's continue.
university is kind of coming to an end. I'm moving out of my dorm and I'm kind of just like, you know what? Let me just hang out with him one last time. And then I'm gonna send him like a video text explaining why I don't want to like talk to him anymore. In the hopes of like, oh, maybe he'll like change his mind about dating. But I basically express, oh, like I don't really want to keep talking to you unless you're gonna make things official. I'm literally like crying. Like I couldn't do this in front of him because I knew I would cry. So after sending him this long, heartfelt message about like how I felt, whatever, he goes, "Oh, no problem. I understand. My dad always said good things come to an end." Guys, I literally started bawling. Like, are you kidding me? Good things come to an end? That's how you're gonna end 6 months of us together? And so I'm like heartbroken. I moved to another city during COVID, and then eventually I moved back to the same city. And with time, I find out that this man is dating someone. officially. I was like mortified. I started blaming it on the fact that, you know, I wasn't white, like the city I'm living in, like everyone wants to go for white girl, whatever, putting myself down for no reason. And then I'm just starting to find out that he started dating this girl 2 months after me and him stopped talking. So the summer goes by, and then it's like Halloween, and I noticed that his girlfriend, because obviously I check up on her, I realized she's taken all the photos down. So I texted.
Good things must come to an end. I mean, he's right. But look, this is what I always say about women. You have to be direct in what you want. She was so afraid to be direct that she ended the relationship or the situationship in hopes of him being like, oh no, wait, please.
Yeah, and one thing that we can say is that this goes to show that the man knew his power. The man wasn't afraid, you know, like the man wasn't afraid of her saying, okay, either you make it official or I'm just going to end it. You know, this is what's the most important thing, you know. So again, you know, uh most women don't, especially in this society, most women don't know the first thing about like a man or what that man wants. You know, I'm just going to be honest with you. And most women don't know how, like most women in this society too, they don't know how to keep a man. You know, let's just be real. It's sad, but it is what it is, you know. You have to just take it as such and just move on, you know. You just have to just pretty much it's sad, but it is what it is, you know. It is what it is, man. Well, let's continue.
Understand that women, they want men to take the lead on whatever the case is.
In Pink Dreams. Really cute, cool tone blush. Anyways, basically, he's like, God, I wish you told me earlier. I literally just got back with her.
Two things going on here. One, how are you upset after you dumped him? You ended it. 2 months later, he got with another girl. Why are you upset? Number two, I don't think he really wanted you. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he really wanted you like that. There was something about you that he didn't like, but he liked the guts.
Like, ugh, he's like, I really want to see you though. I miss you so much. And my turned up ass does not care about girl code. I'm like, yes, I'm gonna see you. I don't care if you have a girlfriend. I was like, he was mine first. Anyways, I avoid being a homewrecker that night. I don't meet up with him. And the next morning comes around and I respond to his text and I'm like, hey, like I'm okay with meeting up and chatting, but like I'm not like letting you come over or anything like that when you have a girlfriend. Like I just want to kind of hear what you're talking about, because he had a lot to say to me apparently. So we meet up at like a local bar to chat and just have some food, and he's basically talking so much shit about his girlfriend. He's like, she's so toxic, like she'll literally have dreams of me cheating on her or something, and then she gets into a fight with me over me like cheating on her in her dream. And he's like, we just always fight, like it's so toxic, like when me and you hung out together we never fought and it was always such a good time. I'm like, why did you get back with her? And he's like, oh, like, you know, like she was really sad and I felt really bad, and like I got together with her because I felt really bad. So I'm like, honey, I am not gonna wait for you.
So the thing is like this sounds like she herself is playing mental gymnastics. You know, all she had to do, like this is the thing, all she had to do was say, hey, I like you. You know what I mean? So all she had to say. But she, you know, of course she couldn't say it. And, you know, for some reason, women, you know, very few will actually very few will actually say what they want. You know, as sad as it sounds, yeah.
it is me that you want to be with. You need to break up with this girl or else I'm like not talking to you. I don't know why he ever thought that like I would agree to those conditions. He's like, give me time. Like, I just need to work things out. I was like, no, like if you want me, you want me. I'm not waiting for you. Anyway, so I go home and the next day he texts me and he's like, Mina, I broke up with her. And he's like, I am like still pretty upset about it, but like I like do want to be with you. And I of course Uber eat this man food and I'm
So the thing is too about this is that like the thing is that I don't know if it's true or not, but I kind of like compared this to a dog. You know, yeah, women. Yeah, that's for sure. Women, that's definitely right. Women. You definitely hit the nail there. But I kind of equate this to a dog. Like you tell a dog to sit, it sits. You tell a dog to kneel, it kneels. You tell a dog to stay, it stays. You tell a dog to shake your hand, it shakes your hand. The dog knows that you're the owner. The dog knows that you're in power. So if this is the case with women, you know what I mean? If this is what's going on with women, right? You can't like really do that with women. You can't really do that with give your power like that away. You know what I mean? And this is what this guy did essentially. But let's continue on and let's see what happens.
Hey, this guy's a G. This guy's a G. I can't lie.
like, take all the time you need. I was like, I don't mind waiting for you if you're working on yourself. There's just a difference when I'm waiting for you if you're with someone else, right? He's like, no, I want to come over. And thank the Lord, I did not sleep with this man when he came over. We just like watched movies. I didn't want to do anything. I was like, let's just take it slow. Next day comes, he pretty much goes ghost. And I'm like, hey, what's up? Why did you block me on Instagram? Whatever. He's like, honestly, I just need to take time away from social media and work on myself. Like, I'm really going through something. And I'm like, do your thing, do your thing. Few days later, my friend shows me his ex's Instagram and the photos are back up. And I'm like, there's no way he got back together with her, like in just a few days. But he did. And I absolutely come after him like, you're a loser, like you have no backbone. He's like, I'm sorry, I feel so guilty. I don't even like her. Anyway.
I think in his relationship with the other girl.
So I think he's kind of like playing mental gymnastics with her and she fell for the juice. But let's look at this. Let's look at this.
I buy the same products you do, only I get them much cheaper. I save hundreds of dollars a month by doing this once.
I got one more question. It's an interesting one. So do you guys talk with like your customers and stuff? Like, do you guys like message them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of these women, by the way, all of the women that are on the panel on this show, they're OnlyFans models. So let's go ahead and hear let's go ahead and hear what happens when like you don't have a strong foundation. And the thing is, I'm not trying to call anybody to my religion. I'm not trying to call. You're free to believe in what you want to believe in. But I'm just saying that if you are a guy and you kind of don't have a higher purpose, like whatever, your purpose may be, if you don't have a higher purpose, then chances are you'll let women like this control you and control your actions. But let's continue.
How many married men do you guys have that follow you?
They don't typically tell me if they're married or not, but I would assume.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
I would assume there's
quite a bit.
plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, for some people, like subscribing to an OnlyFans is like another form of pornography for them. Like they're messaging, yeah, but they're not physically cheating. So I guess it depends on the boundary of the relationship, but I don't think subscribing to OnlyFans is cheating.
Do you know divorce rates have gone up at the same rate as feed watching has gone up? So I think there's an argument that, well, I would argue that watching pornography is very much infidelity because you're getting off to someone other than your spouse.
I mean, I guess. I mean, the way I look at what I do, I don't think about, oh, I'm making this for a married man to cheat on his wife.
Right.
You know, I'm providing a service. Like 80% of men don't have sex. or don't have a girlfriend, don't have access to it, whatever. And they rely on the girlfriend experience, access to OnlyFans, pornography, whatever. And so in that context, I'm providing something that they're missing out on in their life.
Do you think?
You know, when you look at these women, right? You can tell that they're like just pretty much out there with it, and that like if you're, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying that we are spiritually grounded. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that if you have a desire, if you have a want and a need to be connected closer to God, then you're not going to you're not going to have these kind of things. You know, you're not going to have this kind of thing going on, you know. You're not going to rely. That's the thing. You're not going to rely on OnlyFans, or you're not going to rely on corn to get you off. You know what I mean? Although it's difficult, you're going to rely on something else. You know, you're not going to let corn get you off or OnlyFans. You know.
I think if
Just
porn
by
weren't a
trying to them.
thing, then maybe more men would be dating and asking girls out.
That's a great question.
I don't know, because with the dating standards now, like a man's got to have a lot going for him to even be in the dating pool, because women date up. So, I mean, I'm sure it doesn't help.
So I would argue that porn enables men to not get their shit together. They don't have to.
Bingo.
You
And also,
reckon?
too, I think with the level, and like to your point, there are so many specifics in the industry.
Ladies, do you see a problem with men in the modern world? Yeah. So here's the question I have. What do we think about the modern state of man? Is masculinity in a healthy place in the world right now? Do we have enough real men? Are we lacking in real men? Yeah.
Yes.
I see women nodding. We're lacking in real men.
Yeah.
Do we think?
But keep in mind, that's the way they want it. You know, they want it where it is like a lack of real men, because the thing is, if there's a lack of real men, they're able to run amok the way they're able to do so. You know, the thing is, if you go to like places like, for example, if you go to Cuba, if you go to even Venezuela, if you go to all these places, even who have these kind of like outlining things like that, the man is still very much the head honcho. You know what I mean? And so you still see people getting married. You still see families being formed. You still see just like the general dynamic going on. You know what I mean? But let's continue.
That access to pornography and just an insane abundance of it is contributing to the decline of masculinity or not? It's contributing to it?
I mean, there's a shit ton of factors. But I think since COVID, like everything has just been propaganda, this, porn, that, like there's shit everywhere that's contributing to the
But let's hone in
demasculinization.
on the porn thing, to the point that Bridget made before. Right? She mentioned how divorce rates have increased in correlation with access to. I think that when dudes have access to a ton of on a daily basis, and they can just jerk off and become coom brains, and their vital life force energy is constantly sapped, I think that is contributing to the decline of masculinity around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would we agree with this?
I would agree, yeah.
Do we think that by profiting off of men being coom brains, we are helping fix men or harm men in the long run?
I don't control who purchases.
I mean, it's harming them, but it's their decision if that's how they want to spend their money. So.
Aren't men supposed to be the leaders in society?
Yes, we are. Are women
then-
are
But the thing is, you don't want men to be leaders in society. That's the thing. Like, you guys wanted. The thing is, you guys wanted beyond that. You guys wanted not only rights, but you wanted to be in the position of a man. Now that you're in a position of a man, now that you're in the you're in the position of men, right? You're now saying, oh, where are all the real men at? You simply became a man. That's pretty much what happened. You simply became a man. And, the fact that you became a man, it's not unfortunately, it's not giving the incentive of a real man to like step up. A real man is taking a back seat and and a real man is adapting. A real man is realizing that it's chess, not checkers, and they're going elsewhere, or they're simply just checking out and watching it all burn down by the wayside. Like the thing is, a real man is not really incentivized to save a woman, especially one of these women,
Are women adults who can make responsible decisions?
Yeah, but isn't porn the same thing as prostitution? And prostitution has been around since the beginning of times.
I don't think
I don't know if
prostitution and
I'd say
porn
it's
are
the
the same
same
thing.
thing.
Yeah, I don't think they're the same thing. Similar, they're in a similar vein, but one
It's-
involves actually having sex with a woman and the other doesn't.
It's in the sex work category for sure, but prostitution, there's usually a pimp involved. It's a lot less safe. It's physical.
But sex work has been around since the
It's
beginning of
the
time.
oldest profession, like one of the oldest professions,
Yeah.
yes. But there's many different. Right now, it's so easily accessible because it's all online.
Okay.
So they don't have to go like driving down Figueroa in LA and pick up a hooker. They can just go on
Okay.
their phone and
I
see
mean,
whoever they want.
Everything's accessible online now too. So
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
that's just the way of the world now. Like you can buy your groceries without leaving the house. You can get your medication without leaving the house. You can get your household products. Everything's online. So it's not to compare the two because obviously they're uncomparable. One's a benefit, has a direct correlation benefit in society, and then another one is debatable.
But that's just supply and
Somewhat.
demand. Like
Somewhat.
the demand for it is more than ever. So women that are taking control of their finances, their business. I mean, it's easy money. Girls obviously can make money doing this much easier than any man can. There's a demand for it, so a lot of women are supplying it. That's just how it works.
Do we feel like we're potentially robbing the future of civilization for that easy money?
Potentially, but there's a lot of shit that's making America downfall and the rest of the world. So it's just a part of it, I suppose.
I feel like a lot of people are very
Not the rest of the world. I mean, as I said before, I'm really looking forward to the BRICS. I believe that the BRICS is going to basically be the future, and that the rest of the world is not going to go from America. It's not going to happen. Like the moral decay of America is not going to affect the rest of the world, no matter how no matter how influenced it, no matter how influential America may be to the rest of the world, there are certain things that are still going to occur in the rest of the world that are not going to be detrimental to the downfall of like America, or that are still going to continue no matter if America downfalls or not.
lonely too. So
Probably made more lonely by jerking off the.
absolutely, and it's not something that just happened 2 years ago because OnlyFans really blew up, especially in lieu of COVID, right? And so, but I've noticed, and even being in healthcare, there is a lot of lonely people, and that's truly what makes everybody sick. But being in this industry, I've also seen that. So, but yeah, why are you looking at me like that for?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay.
I'm just listening.
I was
Yeah.
like, what? Yeah.
I'm just listening.
But I do agree. Yeah, anything if we do too much of anything, it's not going to be healthy, right? And so we give access too much to, it's not going to be healthy. at all for no one. And so that's when people are going to stop even chasing a relationship.
But it's super addictive. So porn is super addictive.
Right.
So like people want to stop.
Poet
And they can't.
donated $100. Having recently received a terminal renal cancer diagnosis, my relationships with God, family and friends have significantly improved. I sincerely hope each of you finds the right balance in life and your relationships. I think even sex work is an L.
Thomas the poet. That was poetic. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Hey, Thomas, God bless you, man. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear about your terminal
Renal
condition, but
Yeah, so again, and these and the thing is about this, the sad thing about this whole situation is that like maybe 5 years later, maybe 10 years later, these same women are going to expect you to basically say, oh, the past is in the past. It's not a problem that you were involved in this kind of work. I'm still going to take you on anyway. Like this is the like messed up thing about this this setup. And yeah, man, this is just what it is. But let's see. Shout outs to my next guy, the Owl. He be coming with the T. Let me go ahead and
if I'm looking for a wife, I don't want her to have been with like more than
let me go ahead and go to his video because he be having the T as well.
You divorced?
I am divorced.
You better learn how to walk away and cut a chick off, because if you don't, you're gonna be the fool. You're gonna be the one that's left a dried up husk, because when she's done what you believe, she'll walk away.
I just want to know why you have such a negative opinion of Black women.
And I'm not gonna lie. Women, I'm not gonna cap. I personally have a negative opinion of all Western women. But I do indeed have a negative opinion of American Black women. I do definitely have a negative opinion because even the educated ones show me that they still have the same imprint of the non-educated ones. They just do things more quiet. They're not out there with it, but they still have the same footprint of a Nicki Minaj, of a Cardi B, of like one woman who says she likes a golden shower. And for those of you guys who don't know what a golden shower is, it's something that's you know what I mean, it's not really pleasant. So yeah, I have a negative opinion of them. I will be the first to say I have a negative opinion of them, and I don't regret having a negative opinion of them because they haven't shown me otherwise, and I don't believe that they will show me otherwise. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying this in the sense that I think I'm better. I'm saying it in the sense that what they have shown me and what statistics have shown me goes to justify me having a negative opinion of them. But let's continue.
You single or you married?
I am
You're
single
single.
now.
You divorced?
I am divorced.
How long you been divorced?
Since I was 40.
Any children?
I have 4 children.
Any sons?
I have 2 sons.
Are they married, your sons?
My sons are not married.
What am I asking Black women to do that your sons would disagree?
I think my sons kind of look at me and they don't want to be married to Black women.
Your sons look at you and they don't want to be married to Black women?
Yes.
Do they love you?
Yes.
Then why don't they want to be married to what looks like you?
I'm a very forceful woman.
So she's admitting that she's masculine. She's admitting that she's uncooperative. These are things that she's admitting to, right before your very eyes. But at the same time, she's asking you, the man, why don't you want to put up with my crap? Why don't you want to take me as I am, being masculine, being forceful, and things like that? This is what, in essence, she's telling you. And as a result, you know what I mean, it gets classified of you, quote unquote, not liking Black women. You know, that's what happens. You know, but again, there's black women from different places, you know, so you're not limited to these American black women. And yeah, you know, but let's continue.
So what was the initial question you asked me?
Yeah, what about black women don't you like?
Probably the same thing your son don't like about you.
Yeah, and that's probably the same response that I would give. Um and I would maybe even take it a step further. You know, I would actually say that if someone asked me what don't you like about black women, I would say probably the same things that you don't like about black men. You know, I would take it even a step further, you know.
That could be true.
Check. Godfather, undefeated.
Men are so superficial.
Would you date a guy that's shorter than you?
Absolutely not. I'd at least 6'2".
At least 6'2".
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5".
Yeah.
So again, you know, the thing is about women is that sometimes they don't even listen to themselves talk. Guys are so superficial, but I only want a guy that's 6'2", but I'm 5'5" myself. That's what this woman is saying, and it's like, okay, well, you want a guy that's 6'2", you're 5'5", but yet guys are superficial. And for some reason, women think that, you know, that women think for some reason that you are not hip to the mental gymnastics, but yet you are hip. You know, you are very hip to the mental gymnastics that are played. You know, you're very hip to the things that they're basically saying, you know.
6'2".
Well, it's 5'6", 5'5".
6'2" bare minimum.
Yeah, I just like tall dudes.
There are a couple of possibilities here. 1. She doesn't know the meaning and she thinks that she is tall, working to just intellectually below average.
If you are going 50-50 with a man, breaking your back to bring you half of the bills while still having to spread your legs like a banana and emotionally satisfy him, yeah, it's time. You can't be with a man who can't provide a kitchen for you to bake a cake in.
So, you know, with this woman, I think she's like a dating coach or a dating coach, I should say, or a self-improvement type thing. And it's like, you can tell her yourself, you can tell like basically she's super masculine. You can tell that she probably has no man. And again, it's going to end up the same thing over and over again that we see. You know, it's just going to be the same story. You know, and this story just keeps on repeating itself, man. I don't know how many times it repeats itself, but it just will keep on repeating itself over and over and over again, you know. But let's continue.
It's time for you to upgrade. Take High Value Woman 101.
First of all, working to bring in your half is called equality, required to pay. It is
And you love your job, you're happy, but you can never travel with me. You got to ask your boss if you could call off. That's not for me.
That's understandable.
But if you have your 9 to 5 and you're like miserable and that's not your purpose, that's also not for me. Like, I need somebody that loves what they do and they're walking in their purpose, whether it's a 9 to 5 or entrepreneur.
So the thing is about that, and the thing is about this woman is like, the first question I would say is, who the hell are you? You know, like, who the hell are you? The thing is, you have to really check these women. It's unfortunate what has happened is that men are so desperate for companionship. Men are so desperate for these things that they pedestalize these women. They give these women these talking spaces. They give these women these type of outlets, and they don't require anything of them. You know, for me, like, that's the first question I would ask. I'll be like, who the hell are you? Like, do you know how to cook? Do you know how to clean? Hell, do you even know how to like set up a shower? These are the questions I would ask. And it's like, bro, like, shut the hell up. Because chances are, if she wants to travel like this, all she wants to do is be seen on Instagram. All she wants to do is post photos without you. So she can say to her friends, yeah, I got flew out and this, that, and the other. They really think men are stupid, bro. Like, men are not stupid, bro.
So when we say 9 to 5, like we're not shaming everybody that gets up at 9 in the morning that gets off at 5, right? It's more.
She wants a man who is
Because a lot of us don't care if
woman arrived, fooled around with so many.
Bull, you just rumbled off. Makes you extremely unattractive. So my question is, do you want to be the man or do you want to be the woman?
Good question.
Yeah, I know.
Now the thing is about Muslim women and the dudes who have kind of unfortunately have decided that, and also just Muslims in general who have decided that they rather date than just do things the right way, which is just get cut straight to the chase and marry. You're gonna go through these kind of things. Here's a Muslim woman. He was just reaching for the soda. Instead, she snatches her phone away, thinking that there's something in it, and she tries to play it off as if it wasn't a big deal. But let's continue. Always have respect for yourself.
City boy, city boy. What's the point of two people coming together to build something if one side comes with nothing, or you're not aware of what that side comes with?
I'm adding myself, so that's all I have for you. I don't have anything to bring to a table.
That's literally how men date all the time.
Y'all are different.
Yeah, women don't provide much of it.
Yeah, and that's true, and that's the sad thing about it is that like women, like really all women provide in this day and age is like box. You know what I mean? They don't really provide much else. The only ones who provide things other than box are those who really are kind of, I guess you can say, women who have the spiritual aspect, who have spirituality, because the thing is about that spirituality transitions to other things, other aspects of her life. You ever notice when a woman is spiritually inclined or is like spiritually balanced, she has just a different look about her, that she has just like a different aura about her. You know what I mean? Like, it's just different, man. She just has something different, which a lot of women here do not have, and a lot of women who act like they're from here do not have. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's just how it works, That's just how it works. For real, for real.
Then non-materialistic things.
Like what?
Companionship, support. That's what y'all say, right? Emotional support, companionship, like those things. And it's like, okay, those are not quantifiable items. I make
because you should be able to like pick them out, like you this.
But I'm literally just saying the exact situation that you just said. That's what men do. It's literally what men do. And for women, it's no. But why would I be dealing with somebody that can't do certain things for me? But men do that all the time.
So who's the more logical, men or women?
Okay, let's get down to business. Pragmatically speaking, in the dating world, it looks like women may be more logical than men, because women look for competent men, men who can do something for them. But it is also because of that same pragmatism that we have women in their 30s and plus, unmarried, childless, and with their eggs in the fridge complaining on TikTok about the absence of quote-unquote good men. On the other hand, realistically speaking, men are more logical than women because men know that for the sake of the species, men can't afford to be too pragmatic, because men know that women are not competent enough to meet men's standards. That's the reason why, for the sake of mankind, men have to be willing to deal with a romantic partner who is shorter, weaker, less competent, and dumber. And that is why, since the dawn of time, men are the ones who keep women alive. But unfortunately, since most women in the West have sworn off logical reasoning, men have to deal with this kind of stupidity. That will be all for this video, guys. Thanks for.
So, shout outs to the owl. Shout outs to the owl. But you don't have to deal with this stupidity. You can simply go elsewhere. That's the thing. Especially if you're from elsewhere, you don't have to deal with the stupidity. You don't have to deal with the stupidity of women. You don't have to deal with the stupidity of modern women. You can simply go elsewhere. You can simply go where they think they're better. They're better at thinking than better thinking than in these places, like than in America. But let a modern woman tell you they're oppressed. They don't have a freedom of thought and things like that. And yeah, let them tell it, and yeah, that's what they'll say. But again, we know the truth, and we understand that it's the guilt trip type thing. So but let's continue. So there's something I wanted to get into, because to me, women are so like now numb to relations with men, that that at this time now, it's like it's like access to their bodies is not really a big thing. It's not really a big issue with them. But I want to see if I can find the video in order to show how Ibn Arabi, rahmatullah alayh, how important he stressed that how important he stressed this thing, and how important it was for a woman to be like pure and things like that. That's the thing. Just give me a minute. I'll see if I can find this video. And the thing is that men, for example, they'll say that men hate women, right? They'll say that. They'll say that men hate that men hate women when they're talking about their dumb things that they do and the things that they're involved in, right? But I want to say that women actually do hate men, and women actually do hate the authority that men bring and the order that men bring, and that the mirror that men put in their face. Because the thing is about when it comes to a man will check another man real quick. And most of the time when a man checks another man, he's going to be receptive. He's going to be receptive of him being checked. He's going to be receptive of the checking that goes on. You know what I mean? And so with that being said, this is why, you kind of see that men don't really talk bad about other men who check them. They don't act emotional or rash or anything like that. But a let a woman check another woman, that woman all of a sudden becomes a pick me, or that woman becomes like other things, just different type of insulting. They'll use different insults on that woman. That's usually how it works most of the time. But let's continue on. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, this is the wrong thing. I'm not trying to look for that. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Male-female relationship is difficult. It is, undeniably. Marriages will have difficulties. It's very rare to get two completely compatible people. It happens, but it's rare. So you're going to be in this binary relationship where men have a different, and comedians have done a lot of stuff on this, on the different ways that men and women think. There's a man who does marriage counseling in America who talks about men compartmentalizing everything, which is why a man can marry a second wife or a third wife, and the first wife cannot understand that, because for her it's all that love is direct.
Nah, the thing is, actually, a woman who fears God, she'll be able to understand a guy marrying a second or a third wife. They'll be able to understand. I'm dead serious. In fact, some will offer to be a co-wife. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, some women will actually offer to be a co-wife. They can understand,
Directed to that person, and she cannot understand how a man could have love, that type of love, directed to another person. It doesn't fit, and that's why multiple marriages are very problematic. Male-female.
No, they don't have to be problematic. The thing is, that relationship doesn't have to be like that. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be. But I'm trying to look for one thing. Let me see if I can find it. It was a very old video.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Excellence of an Arab over an Ajam, nor an Ajam over an Arab. Indeed, your Lord is one, just as your parent is one. And thank you. So thereupon, multiplying births and genealogies never cease in every variety after variety of birth beings, all of them, in this world as long as the world persists, and in the hereafter until no end point. And indeed, the variegation of states of the numerous births, just as they manifest in the world in Eve.
Well, I don't know if I can find this thing, but let me see something else real quick.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. What's going on? Welcome back. You know what it is. It's that time again.
It's that time again.
You know what I mean? Where Salman and I just sit in a car, have a chit chat. About
a bit
things that's been happening.
A chinwag
and that. Pick each other's brains. Yeah. But yeah, recently Clubhouse has been banging off, right? And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a very interesting app. It's funny. A lot of messy,
And I will attest to that. Clubhouse is a very messy app. It's a very, very messy app. As a matter of fact, I'll show you how messy it is right now. Hold on. I will show you right now. Let me see. Give me a minute. I'll show you how messy it is.
Sundress. Doesn't everybody wear sundresses? Sundress, the flowy ones or the bodycon ones? Bro, at the end of the day, it all matters. I think the second one. Is it the one that's tight on your whole body? She's serving body. She's serving hourglass. See, if I was a nigga, I would have been proposed to her right then and there. No. Yeah, I'm not interested in that, bro. Listen, it's not even in that. It's not even in that, bro. You know, you don't have to. She was my type. I don't like.
So that's just a taste of like Clubhouse, you know what I mean? It is a messy app, as he said. You're rarely gonna have like meaningful conversations on that app. You will find them. However, they're gonna be in rooms that are gonna be less crowded. I'll say that. They're gonna be less crowded than the other rooms. But yeah, that this is how it goes, bro.
Topics going on,
and it's very beneficial, bro.
Oh, definitely so beneficial, bro. Yeah. Like I remember, I didn't want to jump on it initially. Remember, I was so like against it.
Yeah.
But I remember you telling me, you know what, bro? There's so much networking going on. You can benefit from having access to people that you normally don't have access to, which is absolutely true.
Absolutely.
Like, who was it? Elon Musk that was just giving a conversation about.
Imagine, bro, normal. You're just in a room with Elon Musk. That's crazy.
It's just crazy,
The richest man in the world now.
Yeah, and then the people that make all of these big YouTube videos that you're just having a conversation with. You know what I mean? So it's absolutely amazing. But obviously, it also comes with its negatives. And if we talk about like one of the negatives, 9 times out of 10, it's people are talking about gender wars. And well, and a lot of trolls, right? A lot of trolls jump on there with no picture, no what's it called, social media handles on there, fake name, and they will just cause mess, and people give them that platform to just talk. You understand? Which is a problem. I feel like for me, if you don't have a name or social media handles on there or a picture on there, you're a coward. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's you're only
not necessarily. Like sometimes you just have to be like. Sometimes you just have to protect yourself because you understand that hey, like hey, you know this this is happening. You know. Because sometimes people will try to set you up. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, they'll try to set you up. Like people don't really like you. I'm telling you. But yeah, man. Let's continue.
You're a coward if you're out here trolling. And trying to, you know, give reckless views, but you don't have a picture there
that you can't stand behind.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, yo, listen, if you want to make these accounts and just, you know,
all they see is half empty. So if you're not wearing the same lens and seeing, wallahi, why are you so bothered that she said whatever the statement she said? If you know that doesn't fit you, then whatever, good. I mean,
okay, they're kind of giving me Panda vibes, but let's continue on with something else.
UEI is the place to make a change in your life. This is where career training happens. Where
men shouldn't care about women's body counts.
Why do you think that?
Look, the days men tell women who they can and can't sleep with are over.
You can sleep with whoever you want. Most men don't care, but if you think most men are going to wife
I
you
don't
based
cook,
off
I don't
that,
clean, I got WAP. If you care about my body's boy,
I
stop.
get it. You can't change men's standards. They don't want to wife somebody who's for everybody.
Feminism. Men don't want an easy woman. You want the hard to get woman. I want a man with right standards that will remember me. Stop it.
I have been on 90 dates with 90 different men in the past year and a half. Now, like, that is a lot of people.
Keep in mind too, with that being said, they weren't only dates, you know. They weren't only dates. They were also flings, you know. They were also flings, just to let you know. You know, they weren't just dates, they were flings, you know. That's what's happening, you know, they're flings.
And like, kudos to me for finding the time to like actually get that done. Like, I don't know how I did that. Giving myself a pat on the back because that took hustle.
The amount of effort it would take to go on 90 dates with 90 different people within a year and a half is insane. And there's either one or two things going on here. One, she belongs to the streets. Or number two, she's a specialist in failure. Because how are you still single?
I went on a 6-hour date and I told him I wouldn't make a TikTok about it, but I lied. So here we go. Out of the 200 Hinge guys I matched with, he's the only one I said yes to during my trip to New York.
200 matches. If this doesn't prove
200 matches, but just not the matches that she wants. You know what I mean?
that as a woman, all you have to do is exist and you'll get attention. I don't know what will.
Aoife,
Yeah.
what is your most romantic experience?
He took me to Paris for a week and he took me to the Eiffel Tower and he told me he loved me.
Wow, where's this guy now?
I broke his heart.
This is a message to improve on your self-worth. Go to the gym, eat better, improve your situation financially. So when things like this happen, because they always happen to men, it doesn't feel as bad. Like you don't go into a deep depression like a lot of these men do, because in your mind, you know what you're worth. You know that eventually you'll move on and you'll be able to do better.
We are closing the cheating gap. While males have typically been the ones that are committing a lot more infidelity, the gap might be narrowing. Now, this makes sense.
The gap isn't narrowing. You guys cheat way more. You know, the gap is beyond that. You know, the gap is way beyond that. So no. Stop it.
For potentially a few reasons. As women are earning more and working more, we're seeing a change in the power dynamics in these relationships, meaning that the people that cheat maybe typically have been able to support the means of doing that. So because men had more control in the past, they were able to cheat with more ease. But now that the playing field is a little bit more leveled, we're closing that gap pretty quickly. I also think it's fascinating that men and women may cheat for different reasons statistically. And this is close to home as I'm someone that has cheated on someone. And I think a lot of women are doing a lot more of that emotional cheating as opposed to the more physical side, or at least that's more of their motive. But at the end of the day, a lot of cheating seems to be because there's something missing in the relationship and they're able to get that elsewhere. And for men, a lot of the time that physical attraction carries a lot more weight in the relationships. Not only is this interesting, but I think it's showing this opportunity where men and women are starting to transition into a more equal power dynamic, which
So again, they never wanted equality. They just wanted your power. That's what they wanted. You know what I mean? Now that they have it and they can't handle it, it's just all backwards right now. So, you know, this is just what we're dealing with, man. For real, for real. For real, for real, for real, for real. Well, let's continue.
which is why this gap might be closing. With a more level playing field is an opportunity for all of us to communicate better and create a more equal partnership. It doesn't have to be about who has the upper hand. This is a chance for us to have more honest, open conversations that are difficult with each other, but ultimately will help us grow and I think make us happier in the long run.
So we've all seen the data. We all know that cheating for men and cheating for women is different. But quite frankly, I couldn't care less. Cheating is cheating. It's a character flaw. I wouldn't want cheaters around me in my day-to-day life. I just wouldn't. But hear this. Almost every negative stereotype that was once associated to men, women have now claimed. There was once a time where men were labeled as dogs. They couldn't keep it in between their legs. Now women sleep with more people than men. Domestic abuse, something that is very much associated with men. The relationship dynamic with the highest rates of domestic abuse is now lesbian couples. And then finally, cheating. All men do is cheat. Now women cheat just as much as men. Thanks, feminism.
I feel lonely today. I've just hugged a tree. I hug trees anyway, but I hugged a tree because I was like, I need to hug my person. I'm a happy person. I enjoy life. Person.
As men. Thanks, feminism.
I feel lonely today. I've just hugged a tree. I hug trees anyway, but
So if you don't know what she said she feels lonely today and that she just hugged a tree. So, you know, again, this shows that these women will live depressed lives. And, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that the depression comes from lack of money. It could just be the depression comes from the fact that, you know, they done all of this, they wanted all of these things, they wanted the money, they wanted the equality, they wanted all these things, they got all of these things, yet it's still not good enough, man. It's still like you know what I mean? It's still leaves them void, still leaves them empty. You know, they got their sexual liberation, but yet they're still empty, which is why she has to hug a tree.
I hug a tree because I was like, I need to hug my person. I'm a happy person. I enjoy life, right? But as a woman, I think as a human, like, we're built for companionship, and sometimes you just get a little bit lonely. And normally, and this is the growth, So in the past, I'd gone to the pub. I'd have gone to the pub, or I'd have gone to the shop, and I'd have drunk, and I'd have smoked. But I don't crave to do that anymore. So that is growth. And
So for my American audience, a pub is a bar. So she's saying that she would have went to a bar and smoked and drank. But look, it's perfectly normal to feel lonely. It's not normal to hug trees. That's crazy. Women like this, they never talk about their regrets. I don't know if it's a pride thing, but she's a dating coach. I don't know how, but she's a dating coach. And not one time that I see on her page, her talk about how younger women shouldn't waste their early 20s drinking and smoking and going to bars and sleeping with random guys. Not one time that I see on her page, younger women should focus on getting their family life sorted before their 30s, because it only goes downhill from there. And it's why I always say, if a woman hasn't been married for more than 5 years, I would not take any dating advice off them. If I was a woman, there's some element of sabotage going on. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely some element of these women want you to be just like them.
Okay, I'm not trying to pick on this commenter in particular, but I see comments like these all the time.
Well, here goes the Kimchi Karen who was talking against Passport Bros. And so, yeah, for some reason, she's still doing her thing. She wasn't canceled. So let's see what she has to say.
On my videos and other women's videos on social media of men accusing women of being unrealistic and being delusional because they have a minimum salary requirement or financial resources that they're seeking before they enter into a committed partnership with a man and make the decision to potentially start a family with him. And I think we're operating off of different definitions of delusion, because a woman seeking a man who makes $80,000 a year before being willing to start a family with him, that's not delusional. And in my opinion, actually, $80,000 is a little bit low in the US, depending on where you live and if you want kids and how many. It's doable, but it's not going to be a life of excess and thriving.
So this is what the life she wants. The life that she wants is the one that she sees the OnlyFans models living, the life that she sees that like maybe movie stars are entitled to, the life that she sees all of these type of things. Like that's the life she wants. You know what I mean? Although she's very basic. You know what I mean? Like this woman is beyond basic. Like I would not, to be honest, I wouldn't even blink. I wouldn't even take a second look at her if I was just walking down the street. But, you know, again, she feels like she's entitled to these kind of things, you know. Well, let's go ahead.
You are going to be surviving, most likely. And also the funny thing is that most of the men who say things like this also have the expectation that their wives are going to be traditional wives who do most of the domestic labor and all the child rearing, but then they also need them to bring in an additional full-time salary. So therefore the woman is doing more than half.
It always comes back to the men, always. Now, would most men want traditional women? Of course, but we understand that it's 2023. Most places in the West, we're going through a cost of living crisis, right? We don't expect the woman to do all the child laboring work and then also work full time. It's like what's becoming clearer and clearer to me is
this is why you have to leave the West. This is why you have to leave the West if you want those things, okay? This is all I'm saying. Leave the West if you want those things. All right? If you still want those dynamics, you're going to have to leave. That's just it. All right? You're going to have to leave. I know it sounds harsh, but you're going to have to bounce. Okay? And the reason why you're going to have to bounce is the cost of living. You're going to have to find a cheaper cost of living. You know? That's just what it comes down to. Okay? You're gonna want a cheaper cost for living.
these modern women aren't around people who are in relationships or marriages and are raising children, because I don't know what they think happens. Do they think that the husband and wife come home from work and the man just sits down and the wife does everything? Is that what you generally think is happening in 2023? Or is that what you've seen in movies? Now, onto your 80,000. I can understand emotionally why a woman would sit down and go, 80K is not enough to start a family. I actually need more. But that doesn't make you not delusional. Just because you can justify it in your head doesn't mean that it's realistic. I'm pretty sure in America, 15% of people make 100K. I'm pretty sure it's the same in the UK. I'm going to go out on a limb and say about 20 to 25% of people make 80K. And you have to divide that, probably 70, 30, 60, 40 will be men and women. So you're talking about maybe 14% of men? Then you have to look at yourself. Can most women attract the top 12, 15% of men? No. Therefore, it's not realistic.
If you're single and dating in your 30s, then you might relate to this video.
For divorcing my wife 2 years after she was assaulted. I, 25-year-old male, have been married to Amber, 25 female, for the last 5 years. For the first 2 years of our marriage, it was absolutely amazing. We did everything together. We worked. I took care of the bills. She took care of the household. We pretty much had the perfect life until she got on social media and started to learn about hot girl summer and all this.
So I think what this guy does, because I think he narrates real stories. He finds these stories in real and he narrates these real life stories. But let's continue.
This hot girl stuff. I didn't understand the appeal of it, but she wanted to go out and party more, go out and drink, and I didn't want to do it with her. Because she had friends, she started to develop more girl nights and have a lot of more fun with her single friends. I was letting her know, hey, you're married. And she was like, well, I can have fun, I can live my life, I'm still young, and these are the best years I have. And I said, okay. 6 months after that conversation, her friend group started to include more guys.
So one thing I want to say too is that when a woman tells you that, I hate to say it, but just divorce her. Just go ahead and divorce her. Just divorce her, bro. Because I mean, to be honest with you, there is kind of like no turning back. They're not going to turn back. That's all I'm going to say. Like they're not going to turn back. They will not turn back. All right.
And I had some calls about this and was like, maybe I should start going with you because this could end up being a dangerous situation. And she said, no, you don't like that type of stuff. And these guys are cool anyway. And I was like, okay, but like this seems like a bad situation. So one night I was feeling really, really sick and she was about to head out. And I was like, hey, babe, can you just stay with me for the night? I feel like something bad's going to happen. I really want you to spend some time with me and just sleep with me, watch some movies and eat some ice cream. She said no. Her friends were asking her to come out, and everything was going to be fine. And for the life of me, I said no. And I started a hard argument. And I was like, if you leave this house, I will be extremely disappointed and I will be extremely hurt. And she said, is that an ultimatum? Because we can just end this relationship now. And that right there brought me to tears because I didn't think we were like that. I didn't think that was something that was going to happen between us. And as she was walking out the door, I just knew something was going to happen. Lo and behold, something bad did happen. And it was way worse than I thought. The individual that did the action against her ended up getting a long time in prison. And everything came out that he did it not to just her, multiple people. It was an absolute tragedy. And we went to therapy and talked through this. Well, that was 2 years ago. And I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't touched her since that night. The reason is, about a week after the incident, there was a lot of trauma that was going on with her. But I had asked her, hey, is it cool if you get tested? And she said, I haven't been with anybody but you. And then I had to remind her again, which led her down a horrible rabbit hole. Lo and behold, yeah, she had got something from old buddy. And it was not something you can just get rid of. And
so again, these women, for example, these women, for example, right? They will they will I want to say they'll it's kind of like a catch-22. So they'll think they're right, you know better, right? And you're like, nah, this isn't going down, this is going to be a bad look, you know better. But then when something happens again, it's going to be it's all of a sudden going to be your fault. So here's a woman who decided she went out and things like that, and she kind of had a, like, I guess she had a she felt a certain way about she felt a certain way about getting tested. She got tested, and now she she got something, you know what I mean? But let's continue.
And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want it. So for the past 2 years, I've just been emotional support for her and not really inside of an intimate relationship with my wife.
Well, I mean, bro, you should divorce your wife, or either you should get a second wife. But yeah, you're doing no good in, like, just being in a relationship with her. Like, bro, just divorce her. Like, I mean, you didn't do anything wrong. Um, just revert, just divorce her, man. Seriously, just get a divorce, man. You got to be like that. She wasn't thinking about anything when she was walking out on you. So I mean, bro, don't 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 like think anything of her, bro. I'm telling you. Don't think anything of her, man. Trying to tell you. She didn't care about you, so why should you? She didn't care about how you felt, so why should you care about how she feels? You know, divorce her.
I don't want to live like this. And I know this is something that she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life, but like, I shouldn't have to. So I'm really thinking about getting a divorce because.
So if you don't know, this guy, he tells stories of like posts on Reddit, and like he does a really good job because you actually think it's his story. But there are more and more stories like this coming out. And for me, I would have left. And the fact that she gave him an ultimatum tells me that she didn't really business. She don't really care. She was willing for the relationship to be over. But now this traumatic event happened, and now she's probably realized, you know, this is her best.
They're yes, I do know what a homeowner is.
Okay,
Someone that
so-
owns their home, that's not paying the bank, that's not like
No, listen.
outright.
There's more women buying homes.
Okay.
Meaning they're taking out 30-year loans.
Oh my God, you always
to
gotta
get the
get
home.
technical.
But if you look up the statistics,
no man is
Hold on, I'ma
buying
talk
a
to you
home
'cause
by
you got some common
himself.
sense.
No man is buying his home by himself.
I'm gonna
He's
talk to
getting a
you because you
woman.
got common
He's getting a
sense.
woman.
No, men are buying homes by themselves. Some men are actually buying homes by themselves. As a matter of fact, some men are buying apartments by themselves. You know, like they're not. There's no. That yeah, they may use a loan from the bank, but certain men are yeah, man. Certain men are buying even apartment buildings by themselves, man. So like again, these kind of talking points are very stupid, and um yeah, man. It's always is going to do this. It's always going to be like this, but let's continue.
Listen, single men typically don't buy homes, right? Men buy homes when they get a family, right? Meaning that they're married. So if you look up the stats, yes, more single women are buying homes than men because single men don't buy homes. It's actually sad because all that shows is women can't cooperate enough with a man to even be able to buy a home as a family, that they have to go out, acquire massive amounts of debt to buy the house by themselves. Not only are they buying the houses by themselves, Black women are getting evicted more than anybody in the country. If you look up the eviction rates, Black women are the most evicted
people in the US. So yeah, you're buying these homes, but you can't even afford to pay them off. Why? Because you don't have that two income that you
I don't think
saying that you need. You don't think so?
No, I think that a lot of
That's
women,
a fact. We can look it up right now. That's a fact. Black women are the most evicted in.
So there are three major points made so far. Number one, by the women. Who do you think gets these houses? It's a great point, and I think it's the only positive of single mothers buying houses because their children get those houses, and I am living proof of that.
That's one positive, but the negatives outweigh the positive, unfortunately. But let's see if we can find any more Reddit story time. Because those are good stories. Let me see if I can find this user actually. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna look for the story real quick. Hold on. But yeah, man, like it just goes to show you that, like, again, the point of this channel is just to expose what's going on out here. The thing is, some Muslims, some fellow Muslims try to come at me and say, don't expose sin. And I'm like, well, like, you're saying don't expose sin, but the women are exposing the sin themselves. I'm simply reporting on it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm going out of my way to find, like, or disclose secrets of a women. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, they're exposing their own secrets, you know? That's the thing. I'm not going out of my way to do that. They're doing it themselves. Let me see if I can find this guy. He does a real good job. If I can find this TikTok story guy. It looks like I can't find him. But the point of also this live is just to say that a lot of modern women don't think about God. Okay? A lot of women don't think about what's to come after death. A lot of women don't think about the consequences of their action. Okay? They just do it because of the simple fact that they're inclined to do things and they're incentivized to do foolish things. Okay? That's just the bottom line. That's just it. That's how it this is how it is, unfortunately. Shout outs to Manuel Spear Daily.
Fat women realize that the body positivity movement doesn't take male preference into account. Welcome to Managed Highlights Daily. This is not a diss video. I repeat, this is not a diss video. I don't have problems with fat people, fat women in particular. More power to you if you embrace your fatness and feel comfortable and sexy in your fat.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I do have something against fat women who do want like skinny men, or who want men who bust their butts in the gym. It's like, okay, well, you want these men, but you're not prepared to do the work that they're doing. You know, you're not prepared to like bust your butt. You're not prepared to put the work in on the treadmill or anything like that. And yet you shame these men when they don't want you.
Body.
Today, I am 27 years old and I love my body. I love every place that my body has taken me. I love everything that my body sees and witnesses and experiences. How radical would it be if we just loved ourselves? That's what body liberation tells me.
Body liberation is taking back essentially what belongs to me, my birthright. And that,
not to mention that like with these body positivity movements, they don't like account the health factor, you know, because everybody knows it's not healthy to be this big. Everybody knows, like, yes, it is not healthy to be this big. You shouldn't be so big, you know what I mean? And with that being said, yeah, you shouldn't do it, bro. You should work towards that. You should work towards something better, not being fat, you know.
is to come home to my body and to trust her.
But this is about attraction. And attraction is not a choice. This video from the Tamron Hall show about body positivity touches on this, and it's pure gold. Let's talk about it. Now it's time for us to get into this and do what we gotta do, because we many.
For you,
celibacy at that point was just simply a way to step back, and grant myself some perspective.
So you needed the
right?
distraction.
I didn't need to rush. I didn't need to rush into that version of intimacy. Like, I think one of the best things that we can grant ourselves is the power of pause.
Okay.
And in that moment, I just needed to sit with my own energy. Exactly.
I like that.
And connect with people on a deeper level. And most importantly, just like see the ways in which I might attempt to run away from myself into the arms of somebody else, simply to not.
Just to let you know too, though, like women of this height will give it up quick, or women of this body type will pretty much give it up quickly, just due to the fact that they want companionship, they want these kind of things. And so yeah, man, just keep this in mind. You know, believe it or not, they have high body counts. I'm not gonna even lie. They have very, very high body counts. You know, as crazy as it sounds, they do have it. You know, it's crazy, but it's true, you know.
I have to deal with my own stuff.
First off, fat women more than the average man, especially nowadays with social media and these dating apps. Just because they are fat and single doesn't mean they are without sex. My second point is, she's saying and she's doing nothing special, okay? The blueprint of filtering the good, the bad, and the ugly has been here for thousands of years. It's called common sense. Why do people go on dates? It's to get to know each other, right? You don't need to be an effing dating coach to understand that. The foolishness. Stop clapping. When these females spread their legs, you would think that these women would get essential intel before they let the man. But that's not how they operate. It's about the feel. Does it feel good? Now that she doesn't feel good, she turns to celibacy. Now she is looking for a deeper connection after racking up a body count higher than the predator.
Run! Get to the chopper!
Do you understand why marriage is a joke these days? It's because the gatekeepers of sex, which are women in case you didn't know, are choosing to without any form of commitment. That's the key word. They choose to do this. And it has become a coping mechanism. Bad news is this coping mechanism does more harm than good. Look at all of those videos of women crying in the car because they are lonely.
And I've honestly been feeling I'm gonna start crying. I am gonna start crying. I've been feeling super weird lately. Like these past 2 days, I've been like really emotional and I don't know why. I got off my period, so I'm like, it can't be that.
Sex is not a cure for loneliness.
I'm like, it can't be that. I'm like, it can't. These past 2 days, I've been like really emotional and I don't know why. I got off my period, so I'm like, it can't be that.
Sex is not a cure for loneliness. And these women are sleeping with the same dudes, Chads and Tyrones.
Yeah, the majority of women, as we say, are sleeping with the same, like the minority of men, including the fat ones. They're not even, for example, they're not even shooting in their league. You know, they're even shooting beyond their league.
I'm telling you, these guys do not discriminate. Where do you think these delusions come from? Chad and Tyrone play a role in this.
Chrissy, you were married from age 22 to 33.
Yes.
And before you amicably divorced. And you wrote in the book, one of the things I never anticipated was how much entering the dating scene at the age of 34 would trigger my body image issues.
Yeah.
So dating again triggered some of these old feelings.
Absolutely, because
So again, you know, these women think that, like, and especially me, like, you know darn well I will not take a freaking woman who's been divorced, especially a woman in her 30s who has been divorced, and take her serious, bro. So, but the thing is, these women think that, like, look, what they do is, like, they do these things, right? They get out of the marriage, they do all of those things. They think they can just jump in the dating market and everything is going to be all good. Everything is going to be like, oh, no problem, nothing happened. Oh, it's all good. We're back to square one. This is their thinking. This is their thinking. That they can just pick up where they left off in the dating market. It doesn't work like that, man.
it's one thing to like come to this place where you like are just so at peace and you love and you embrace the body that you're living in. But the reality is we live in a world that is incredibly fat phobic, right? And so there you're going to come into contact with people who don't have those same values about bodies that you do, right? And so, yes, it's like it definitely triggered my body image issues in ways that I wasn't necessarily anticipating, to be out in the world dating men who have opinions about bodies.
Yeah.
AG1 is so much more than a greens powder. In one single scoop, it delivers daily multivitamin.
Ha! This is pure gold. Yes, men have opinions. Who would have thought that men could have preferences? Who would have thought that the majority of men are not attracted to fat women? Who would have thought that it doesn't matter how positive you are about your body, men do not have to like it? The foolishness. This feminism and this woke culture does not teach women to respect men, to cater to men, and especially to recognize biology.
But unfortunately, there are men who are into fat women, and those are the simps. There are men who are into, like, the simping aspect of it. There are men who are into I want to say the black god, the black quote unquote goddess worship. There are men who are into that, man. And that means that it doesn't matter how big she is. It doesn't matter how fast she is. Yes, there are men who are into that. Don't let it fool you.
Shove these body positivity movements and slut walks down our throats, not giving a shit if we like it or not. Because what do we know? We're just a bunch of men. Masculinity is toxic. So if men are not attracted to fat women or career women or wall-hitting cat ladies like Dr. Ramen Noodles, we must be intimidated by them. We must be insecure about ourselves. Do you understand now why they don't want us to talk? Why we get canceled? Our opinions hurt their feelings.
And so I think that was, again, this place of me coming back to myself and realizing, again, reinforcing what I know to believe to be true. And also remembering that I don't want to date anyone who really is just interested in how I look anyway.
Right.
And so if you're not,
absolutely,
right,
that's all you
right?
see.
If that's all you see. Yeah.
Stop clapping, you fools. You see the hypocrisy? Let me remind you of a video we've made a long time ago.
So the thing is, like, women, they actually care about how a man looks, right? And sometimes that's all they care about. You know, to be honest with you, sometimes sometimes I want to say that sometimes that a woman will throw everything out the window if a man is tall. If a man is like tall, basically tall, everything else doesn't matter. If a man reaches a certain height, then the hell to his track record or anything else. You know what I mean? But but when a man like focuses on looks, all of a sudden he's a misogynist. All of a sudden he's a, toxic masculinity, and the same talking points as usual.
About fat women. Check this out.
Long story short, yes, looks or attraction is important in a relationship. To completely rule that out is ridiculous, and I don't think it's wrong to think that, attraction is important.
They're going to be like, well, personality. No, sis. Their personality and their looks should be on point. You should be completely attracted. Like, it shouldn't be, well, they're kind of cute.
Sometimes I feel personally shallow when I'm dating somebody or I'm interested in somebody. I instantly notice the looks. I mean, I think it's very common that you're going to notice somebody's looks first.
No, like, I refuse. I absolutely refuse. I am not about to marry no man that is kind of cute. Like, I have to really be attracted to you.
But no man is going to marry you, though. Like, only a dumb man will. Like, that's the thing. Like, what makes you think that a man is going to marry you? You know what I mean? Like, what makes you think what makes you think that a man is going to marry you? That's why I'm wondering. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of dumb for you to actually say that, It's pretty stupid. It's pretty dumb.
And I feel like that's the insecurity in us. That's like, well, personality over looks, the personality is what really matters. Yes, their personality matters, but I feel like both have to come hand in hand,
So I matched with a guy who was very attractive, and like the guy I am attracted to is like tall, sort of muscly. He can be like fat, but like big, I like big and muscles, and has a good smile and
sparkly eyes and like knows how to laugh and stuff.
Woo! You're getting your rest of vitamins this morning, this afternoon, or this evening. It doesn't matter what time zone, you're gonna get them. Women are the most shallow and selfish creatures on earth.
And I hate to say it, but they are, you know, like the Western woman. I hate to say it. Someone asked me this actually the other day. Someone actually asked this American woman asked this to me, and it's man, I let her have it. Like, I just let her straight up have it. This one American woman asked me the other day, what's wrong with American women? Why don't you pursue them? I say, for one, they're masculine. For two, they think the world revolves around them. For three, they think that they don't have to put any effort into the relationship. That's why they go for men who don't put any effort into a relationship. And that's why the men who are willing to put effort into a relationship get dogged out, because they're looked at as they're basically they understand that those men are pretty much accepting all their BS that they do, and they don't in essence, they really don't respect that, because of the simple fact that they can walk out on those men and continue to perpetuate the BS. And I said a slew of other things, and she was just left speechless. And then I just smiled and I said, have a nice day. You know, I just let them have it. I just, bro. I let her have it. Yeah, I didn't hold back, you know. And then she was just like, oh, but let me get into something else.
Are you looking for more in this world?
Shout outs
Are
to
you
the
ready for
tribal men,
something
by the
bigger
way.
than we?
Hey, bro, after 6 years of a bad relationship with my father, always
that because there's an infinite number of interpretations.
No, I don't. I just a forewarning. I don't. Whatchamacallit, I don't subscribe to the views or like opinions of Jordan Peterson. Like, I'm not a hardcore Jordan Peterson type of guy. For all I know, he's a Zionist. But what I am saying is, if he makes some points, then I'm gonna use those points, and you know, we're gonna go from there. You know, but let's listen to what he has to say.
None of them are canonical. You can attribute it everything to power and dominance. Okay, so does that seem like a reasonable summary of the
Yes,
postmodern?
exactly.
Okay.
So it's a radical relativism.
Okay, it's a radical relativism. Now, but the strange thing is, and so what goes along with that is the demolition of grand narratives. And so that would be associated, for example, with the rejection of thinkers like Jung and Erich Neumann, because of course they're foundational thinkers in relationship to the idea that there are embodied grand narratives. That's never touched. But then, despite the fact that the grand narrative is rejected, there's a neo-Marxism that's tightly allied with postmodernism that also seems to shade into this strange identity politics.
And that's the thing that I want to like get across to people. A lot of especially these Pan-Africanists, a lot of these so-called Pan-Africanists who claim Marxism and stuff like that, and things like that, especially the Black Lives Matter movement, which they said they are trained Marxists. A lot of those so-called Pan-Africanists were not Marxists. Thomas Sankara was not a Marxist. Amilcar Cabral was not a Marxist. Fidel Castro was not a Marxist. Hugo Chavez was not a Marxist. Maurice Bishop was not a Marxist. Samora Machel was not a Marxist. Patrice Lumumba was not a Marxist. Okay? Ahmed Ben Bella was not a Marxist. They simply read works by a Marxist, like Karl Marx, Engels, and stuff like that. But the way they catered to their society was not based on no Marxism. Okay, that's what I want to get across. Okay, that's the first thing I want to really get across in this whole thing. So, because I think that's what led to what we have going on right now is like this left subscribing to Marxism and stuff like that. That's why you see even men with colored hair who say they're Marxist and what have you. The thing is, I'm not aligned. That's the thing about mostly all of these guys. When you look at the Thomas Sankarters, when you look at the Amilcar Cabral, when you look at Fidel Castro, when you look at Ahmed Ben Bella, when you look at Maurice Bishop, they were all non-aligned. They never said they were leftists. They never said they were with the right. They were always non-aligned, which is what I am. I am non-aligned. I'm neither a liberal. I'm neither a conservative. I am non-aligned. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to do with being a part of a certain political entity to know right from right, wrong from wrong. But these idiots, you can't even tell them that.
Two things. I don't understand the causal relationship there. Like the skeptical part of me thinks that postmodernism was an intellectual camouflage for the continuation of the kind of pathological Marxism that produced the Soviet Union, and that has no independent existence as an intellectual field whatsoever. I still can't understand how the postmodernists can make the no grand narrative claim, but then immerse themselves in this grand narrative without anyone pointing out the evident contradictions. Like, I don't understand that. So what do you think about that?
Well, I can only speak about literary professors, really, and they seem to me, almost universally in the U.S., to be very naive. They seem to know nothing about actual history, political science, or economics. So it's simply an attitude. They have an attitude. Marxism.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of my professors in college, I actually was like questioning, what the hell are you teaching me, bro? Like, I had to like literally go to books myself to figure out like, okay, I don't know why they're teaching these kind of things in the books that I'm going to on this subject are saying completely opposite. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yo, like what is going on here? So this is what I'm saying. The educational system here has even failed. You know, it really has. But let's continue.
Becomes simply a badge by which they telegraph their solidarity with a working class that they have nothing to do with, right? I mean,
and generally nothing but contempt.
Yes, and the thing is that the campus.
Yeah, that's the elite liberal virtue signaling we see today, where it's the savior complex.
In other words, to me, for everything in Foucault seemed obvious, okay, because I had read the sources from which he was borrowing without attribution. So, I mean, again, I know these people. I mean, I've met, in some cases, knew them in graduate school, people who went on to become these admirers of Foucault, Lacan, Derrida. And I know what their training was. Their training was purely within the English department. That's all they ever knew. They never made any research outside of that, right? And so the idea, Foucault is simply this a mechanism. It's like a little tiny kit by which they can approach everything in culture. And then but the contortions of language, the deliberate labyrinthine elitist language at the same time as pretending to be a leftist. Okay, this is one of the biggest frauds ever practiced.
So I got a story to tell you that you might like, because I've thought a lot about that use of language, because language can be used as camouflage. And so here's the story. I think I got this from Robert Sapolsky. So
all the doublespeak, all the 1984 we have going on today. Marginalized group.
Hands off. It was just the administrators wanted to solve a public relations problem. Okay? They had a situation with very few women faculty nationwide at a time when the women's movement had just started up. The spotlight of attention was on them. They needed women faculty fast. They needed the women's subject on the agenda fast, right? So they just like, poof, let there be women's studies, okay? And now we'll just hire some women, usually from English departments, here and there, and we'll just throw them together. You invent it. You say what it is. So that's why women's studies got frozen at a certain point of ideology, okay, of the early 1970s. I was already in revolt from it. Okay, I was a precursor in terms of my endorsement of feminism before even now was created. Right, but I couldn't even have a conversation with any of these women. They were hysterical about the subject of biology. They knew nothing about hormones. Right, I probably got in fist fights over this. People were so convinced that biology had nothing whatever to do with gender differences. Right.
And so that's the thing about it, is that like, and again, this is why you see women trying to challenge men in fights and things like that. This is why you see women trying to do men's things, like trying to lift as much as men, trying to like squat as much as men, trying to like power clean as much as men, trying to hang clean as much as men, Because they don't look at biology. They really don't look at that. They don't think that biology has anything to do with it. Like, especially when it comes to them raking up these body counts and how bad the odor smells with them raking up these body counts. They don't think about biology, bro. They don't think about that. They don't think that men, I truly believe as of right now, they don't think that men and women are biologically different. I really don't think of it. Like, it's sad to say it, but I really don't think they think they're biologically different, you know. I know it sounds crazy, but I kind of believe that at this time, you know.
That also seems to me to be related to the postmodern emphasis on power.
Yes.
Because there's something terrible underground going on there, and that is, and I think this is the sort of thing that was reflected in the Soviet Union too, and especially in the 1920s, when there was this idea, a radical idea, that you could remake human beings entirely, right? Because they had no essential nature. And so, if your fundamental hypothesis is that nothing exists except power, and you believe that, then that also gives you the right, in some sense, to exercise your power at the creation of the kind of humanity that your utopian vision envisions. And then that has and that also seems to me to justify the postmodern insistence that everything is only a linguistic construct. It again goes down to the notion of power, which Derrida and Foucault.
Exactly. Gender is a construct. The definition of man and woman is a linguistic construct. Nothing is rooted in biology. This is all man-made. And this is the current
and so this is why they're saying there's 160 genders. They're teaching this in school right now, believe it or not. If you go to some of these schools, and I'm talking about public schools, they are teaching that there are 160 genders, and that male and female are just like social constructs. They're actually teaching these things, bro. I'm dead serious. That they're teaching these kind of teachings. Okay? Well, let's continue.
They were talking about that was happening in her time in the 60s, 70s, 80s is now in fruition today. It's what we're battling right now in 2023.
Lacan are so bloody obsessed with. And so it seems to me what they're trying to do is to take all the potential power for the creation of human beings to themselves without any bounding conditions whatsoever, right? There's no history, there's no biology, and everything is a fluid culture that can be manipulated at will. And so in Canada, there are terrible arguments right now about biological essentialism, let's say. And one of the things that happened, which was something I objected to precisely a year ago, is that the social constructionist view of human identity has been built now into Canadian law. So there's an insistence that biological sex, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual proclivity vary independently with no causal relationship between any of the levels. And so that's in the law, and not only is it in the law, it's being taught everywhere. It's being taught in the armed forces, it's being taught in the police, it's being taught to the elementary school kids and the junior high school kids. And underneath it all, I see this terrible striving for arbitrary power that's associated with this crazy utopianism. But I still don't exactly understand it. I don't understand that. What seems to be the hatred that motivates it, that you see bubbling up, for example, in identity politics and in the desire to do nothing but, let's say, demolish the patriarchy. It kind of reminds me, and this is something else I wanted to talk to you about, and you're an admirer of Erich Neumann and of Carl Jung. Yeah, and that's the Neumann connection is really interesting because I think he's a bloody genius. I really like The Great Mother is a great book, and really a great warning, that book, and also The Origins and History of Consciousness is
one of my most influential books.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I read an essay that you wrote. I don't remember when it was.
A lecture I gave on Neumann at the NYU, yes.
Yes, it's always been staggering to me that book hasn't had the impact that it should have had. I mean, Jung himself, in the preface to that book, wrote that was the book that he wished that he would have written. It's very much associated with Jung's Symbols of Transformation, and it was a major influence on my book, Maps of Meaning, which was an attempt to outline the universal archetypes that are portrayed in the kind of religious structures that you put forward. But the thing that I really see happening, and you can tell me what you think about this, in Neumann's book, consciousness, which is masculine, symbolically masculine for a variety of reasons, is viewed as rising up against the countervailing force of tragedy from an underlying feminine, symbolically feminine unconsciousness, right? And it's something that can always be pulled back into that unconsciousness. That would be the microcosm of that would be the Freudian Oedipal mother familial dynamic, where the mother is so overprotective and all-encompassing that she interferes with the development of the competence, not only of her sons, but also of her daughters, of her children in general. And it seems to me that that's the dynamic that's being played out in our society right now, is that there's this, and it's related in some way that I don't understand, to this insistence that all forms of masculine authority are nothing but tyrannical power. So the symbolic representation is tyrannical father with no appreciation for the benevolent father, and benevolent mother with no appreciation whatsoever for the tyrannical mother, right? And that's that, and because I thought of ideologies as fragmentary mythologies. That's where they get their archetypal and psychological power, right? And so in a balanced representation, you have the terrible mother and the great mother, as Neumann laid out so nicely. And you have the terrible father and the great father. So that's the fact that culture mangles you half to death while it's also promoting you and developing you. You have to see that as balanced. And then you have the heroic and adversarial individual. But in the postmodern world, and this seems to be something that's increasingly seeping out into the culture at large, you have nothing but the tyrannical father, nothing but the destructive force of masculine consciousness, and nothing but the benevolent great mother. And it's an appalling ideology. And it seems to me that it's sucking the vitality, which is exactly what you would expect symbolically. It's sucking the vitality of our culture. You see that with the increasing demolition of young men, and not only young men, in terms of their academic performance, which, like, they're falling way behind in elementary school.
Well, the thing is, that's the thing about, like, the whole situation with the whole woke movement, is that it's a domino effect. When you look at what they're teaching the kids in school, especially what they're teaching the boys in school, they're like confused, bro. Like, they're confused, like, okay, should I be a man? Should I be a woman? Should I be, or in their case, should I be a girl? Should I be a boy? They're confused. So their brains aren't even developing properly at this point in time. That's the thing. For some reason, this society, I don't know why this society has it out, but this society doesn't even want a man's brain to develop properly. You know, this society doesn't even want a boy's brain to develop properly. It's weird to me. Like, I mean, when you look at it, I hate to say it, but and I'm gonna just keep it real. Like, all the inventors, because they're in their natural disposition, a lot of the inventors are in third world countries. Hell, even let's be honest, even what's his name? Yeah, even Elon Musk came from South Africa, bro. Like, so that's what I'm saying. All of the inventors are now coming from different places, or in, this is just, I hate to say it, but it's gonna keep on continuing, because I'm gonna be honest, most women don't really have any patents on anything that is going to be a game changer in society. Like, most women, they just invent makeup or like something like that, you know. They don't really have anything in the tech world that is just a game changer, you know, in society. So when you have the men, you know, earlier and earlier, they're falling behind. This is what you're kind of left with. You're left with this kind of situation.
Way behind in junior high and bailing out of the universities like mad. And so,
well, the public school education has become completely permeated by this kind of anti-male propaganda. I mean, to me, public schools are just a form of imprisonment. You know, right now they're particularly destructive to young men who have a lot of physical energy. Okay? Now, I identify as.
And we've seen it before in some of the other videos we covered. Boys are treated as defective girls. If you have a boy with high energy and nowhere to put it, he's seen as somebody that needs Ritalin and all this sort of focus.
And that's another thing too. You know, another thing too is the medication. You know, when you have a boy, for example, that has a lot of energy, when you have a boy who has, who has an engine, the thing is that the only thing about that boy having like that energy and that engine is, all he really has to do is hone in. All you have to really do is get him to hone in, you know. But the problem, and this is the problem, you know, this is the problem. because again, a lot of the time these women have the have these positions. They, rather than like figure out how to hone that energy in, they rather basically how should I put it? They rather just treat it with medication, you know. They rather just say, "Hey, take some meds."
Focusing medication that turns him into an absolute robot. He's not himself. And that's just to control his boyish energy, which is absolutely natural. But in the school system, seen as a defect that needs to be tamed. ADHD is a defect. How many millions of young boys, probably in the United States alone, have been misdiagnosed with ADHD and turned into zombies, had their brain chemistry completely altered permanently, and have now grown into adulthood with problems because they're off the ADHD medication that they should have never been on. Instead, they should have had more engaging classrooms.
And most of the time, men don't have ADHD. I'm gonna be honest with you. That thing is diagnosed. That thing is just a fake diagnosis. A lot of times, unfortunately, too, and we don't talk about this. A lot of times, women like secretly have it out just for boys. You know what I mean? They like, that's why it's just like the whole education system here is kind of like, damn, man, you're kind of out of, like, I want to say, like, a loss. You're kind of at a loss of at a like loss of what to do. You know what I mean? And so this is why we're in the situation we're in right now, you know.
More engaging teachers, more engaging systems for boys. Like some of the teachers look today.
Man who wouldn't fight with you under any circumstances whatsoever, then you're talking to someone to whom you have absolutely no respect. But I can't see any way, for example, against me. And the reason I know that is all they see is the oppressive male. And they may have had experiences that their experiences with men might have been rough enough so that differentiation never occurred, because it has to occur. And you have to have a lot of experience with men, and good men too, before that will occur. But it seems to me that we're also increasingly dominated by a view of masculinity that's mostly characteristic of women who have terrible personality disorders and who are unable to have healthy relationships with men.
Now, he just said a lot, but we already know that's a fact. You know, Eid Kareem to you. Eid Mubarak. Thank you. We already know that's a fact. A lot of these women have personality disorders, bro. And we don't talk about that, okay? We don't talk about the fact that a lot of them are on antidepressants. We don't talk about the fact that a lot of them are cutting their wrists. We don't talk about the fact that a lot of them are taking things like melatonin to help them sleep at night, and taking all types of different medications and things like that. We don't even talk about the fact that their cabinet is full of medicine. Okay? We don't talk about these things. So they have this like view. If you're one thing I notice, this is one thing I notice. Okay, this is one thing I really notice. I really had to notice this. I really had to sit back and really notice it. Is that a man who tries his best to be on the fitra, be on his natural disposition, right? He is looked at as, he is actually looked pretty like, they hate a man who's on his natural disposition, I'm just gonna be honest with you. They really kind of hate a man who is just trying his best to be natural, trying his best to be balanced, because they've been taught to be unbalanced. They've been taught to be people that are too, I want to say they're too, they leaned one way too much, and because they lean that much in that direction, like anything that's balanced is a threat to them. You know what I mean? And so that's the same thing with like just being a man. You know, it's weird, but it's true, man. It's a fact. I hate to say it, but it's a fact, bro. But let's continue.
Now, but
There you
here's
go.
the problem. You know, this is something my wife has pointed out too. She said, well, men are going to have to stand up for themselves. But here's the problem. I know how to stand up to a man who's unfairly trespassing against me. And the reason I know that is because the parameters for my resistance are quite well defined, which is we talk, we argue, we push, and then it becomes physical, right? Like if we move beyond the boundaries of civil discourse, we know what the next step is. Okay, that's forbidden in discourse with women. And so I don't think that men can control crazy women. I really don't believe it. I think that they have to throw their hands up in it's not even disbelief. It's that there's no step forward that you can take under those circumstances, because if the man is offensive enough and crazy enough, the reaction becomes physical right away, or at least the threat is there.
Now, I will never advocate for like hurting women, you know, or getting physical with women. I'll never advocate for that. Don't think that I would actually say, yeah, go ahead, do your thing. I will never advocate for that. But I will say this, and this did happen in Islamic history, but during a campaign that Khalid ibn Walid, rahmatullah alayhi, went on, his well-being was threatened by a woman. So I mean, I hate to say it, but he did delete that woman. You know, he did delete that woman because it was either him or the woman. And that's kind of like the position I take for myself, is that if I'm in like a life-threatening situation, or if it's a life-threatening situation and a woman is threatening my life, and it's either me or her, then yes, I'm going to choose me. You know, that's just the bottom line. That's just a natural survival instinct, you know, but I will never advocate for I'll never advocate for just like going ahead and striking women, you know, nah. You know, only when your life is in danger, you have to do what you have to do.
And when men are talking to each other in any serious manner, that underlying threat of physicality is always there, especially if it's a real conversation, and it keeps the thing civilized to some degree. You know, if you're talking to a man who wouldn't fight with you under any circumstances whatsoever, then you're talking to someone to whom you have absolutely no respect. But I can't see any way. For example, there's a woman in Toronto who's been organizing this movement, let's say, against me and some other people who are going to do a free speech event, and she managed to organize quite effectively. And she's quite offensive, you might say. She compared us to Nazis, for example, which, you know, publicly, using the swastika, which wasn't really something I was all that fond of. But I'm defenseless against that kind of female insanity, because the techniques that I would use against a man who is employing those tactics are forbidden to me. So I don't know. It seems to me that it isn't men that have to stand up and say enough of this, even though that is what they should do. It seems to me that it's sane women who have to stand up against their crazy sisters and say, look, enough of that, enough man-hating, enough pathology.
And this applies to the dating market.
But they're not going to say it, though. That's the thing. They're not going to. The thing is this. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing that you have to understand. Here's the one thing you have to understand. A man can actually like, he can actually, I want to say, most of the time, a man can face the fear of being ostracized or being a social outcast. I'm a man who has done that. I'm very much estranged from this society. I'm very much estranged from Western society. I'll be the first one to admit I'm estranged from Western society. I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. I can do that. Men can do that. If you stand for something, a man can do that. It's no problem. Now, a woman, on the other hand, cannot do that. A woman cannot do that. A woman cannot I want to say be like, it's gonna be hard for her to go against the sisterhood. You know what I mean? It's gonna be very, very difficult for her to go against the sisterhood, because in going against the sisterhood, she is going to be, for example, ostracized. She is for example, lose friends and things of that nature. So a lot of times a woman is not ready for that. A woman is really not ready to do something like that. I'm just going to be real. But let's continue.
It doesn't matter how many of these red pill channels, how many podcasts, how many men expose the double standards, the delusions, and the entitlement of women. It will never change until women speak to women, which the way the sisterhood is going today, and how catty and greedy women are in general with one another, and the amount of competition over men, I don't see that happening. Sorry. I think it would take older women with experience, and you see some videos here and there.
No, but even the older women, they don't listen to them. You even see the video with like Aunt Jenny, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? You see the video with Aunt Jenny, and even her, she's not reaching out to or she's not reaching, it's not reaching those women still, regardless. Even if it is the older generation, it's still not reaching those women. But let's continue.
Largely, they get tossed aside as internalized misogyny and whatever other doublespeak they come up with to completely discard the argument and not have to deal with it at all. That's sad, man, because sisters need to check their own, which is what grandmas used to do, which was what mothers used to do, which is how society used to operate, where, example, in the 50s, 60s, 40s, hell, 20s, years back, men would be with men in general doing manly stuff. Women would be with women doing feminine stuff. For example, the women would all get together to go by the river, wash clothes, right? Say in some more primitive societies, or even earlier than 50s, 60s. And you would have this matriarchal system within a family unit where the grandmother had absolute control over the behaviors of the mother and the grandchildren, the women, the young girls that were being raised up through the system and being taught how to be women of value to men by women that were already successful. Obviously, the matriarchal system of here are all my progeny. Why should I listen to you? I'm the grandmother. I'm the mother. You came from me. I already got a successful man, a successful life, a family. Look, here's the way. That's dead.
So it is dead, because like what's happening is like the older generation, they don't have men. So like the younger generation, they're not going to have men either. So this is what's being pushed. So it's just a downward spiral, man. That's the thing. It's just a downward spiral. You know what I mean? It's downward thing that's going on.
Similar with men, how men are so lost in the world today. How many people live in multi-generational households? How many people keep in touch with their grandparents? Like, where's your grandfather to teach you a generation of knowledge, wealth, and wisdom prior to your father? That's gone. You don't hang out with your uncles rarely. You don't hang out with your father? Rarely. You don't hang out with your grandfather? Rarely. Rarely are
Well, the only reason I don't is because all of those family are in Africa or in Europe as well. But if they were here, mind you, I would be hanging out with them. You know, like I'm just gonna be honest. Like I would be hanging out with them and what have you. Or if I was in Africa, I would be hanging out with them. I would be chilling with them. Not have it would be business as usual. It would be very businesses. There would be no like difference in the dynamics.
are you around masculine presence that you would have been years prior? So all this knowledge isn't even getting passed down from generation to generation anymore. Your father goes to work, he shows up at night, goes to sleep, has to rinse and repeat to barely survive in this insane world where the economic situation is so untenable for a vast majority of people. And so it creates this entire broken system where each generation down the line learns less and less and less and becomes more and more lost, more and more susceptible to ideas like gender ideology, more unhappy, more dependent on strong pharmaceuticals. And then boom, just a few generations down the line, you have the society we're enveloped with today. There you go. And it's people asking this question of like, how did we go so wrong? It's like anybody with half a brain looking backwards could tell you exactly at what point we started heading in the wrong direction and where we're going. The scary part is if you keep following this strand.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse, as I said, bro. It's going to get worse. I mean, that's just how it falls. It's gonna get worse,
My ultimate goal is to have my parents.
The older you were, the more you had control over everyone, including the mating and marriage. There were no doctors, so you had the old women were like midwives and knew all the ins and outs of this inherited knowledge about pregnancy and all these other things. Right? I can remember this and the joy that women had with each other all day long. Okay, cooking with each other, companions to each other, talking, conversing. My mother remembers as a small child in Italy when it was time to do the laundry. They would take the laundry up the hill to the fountain, Il Sorgo, okay, and do it by hand. They would sing, they would picnic, and so on, right? And we get a glimpse of that in the Odyssey when Odysseus is thrown up naked on the shores of Phaeacia, right? And he hears the sound of women, young women laughing and singing, and it's Nausicaa, the princess, bringing the women to do the laundry. I mean, it's exactly the same thing, right? So there was each gender had its own hierarchy, its own values, its own way of talking, and the sexes rarely intersected. Like I can remember in childhood on a holiday, typical, it could be a Christmas.
So again, in Islam, we push gender separation in Islam, and the thing is, it made perfect sense, and it added balance to the Islamic society. Men, were the scholars, the teachers, and they were doing different types of work. Being merchants, doing things like that. And then when the call of struggle was needed to be adhered to, they would go ahead and they would go to I want to say they would go ahead and they would go to war. They would just go ahead and go to war, right? So again, the women folk would still be with each other, and there was a cohesiveness between the women folk. The only cohesiveness that you see with women folk is when they're to bash men. That's the only cohesiveness that you see right now with women folk is when they get on these podcasts to bash men, to talk about their body counts, to talk about their their escapades, to talk about how they use men, to talk about how they're going to use men, talk about who, like the men who flew them out, this, that, and the other. This is the only time you hear them actually coming together, to be honest with you, truthfully speaking. But let's continue.
Christmas, it could be a Thanksgiving, whatever. The women would be cooking all day long. Everyone would sit down to eat, okay? And then after that, okay, the women would retire en masse to the kitchen, and the men would go. I would look at the window and see all the men. The men would be all outside, usually gather around the car, okay, at a time when cars didn't work as well as they do today, with the hood up, okay? And the men would be standing with their hands on their hips like that. Everyone's staring at the engine. And I went, yeah, that's how I learned, okay? Men were refreshing themselves by studying something technical and mechanical after being with the women, okay, for during the dinner, okay? So all of these problems of today are the direct consequence of women's emancipation and freedom from the housework, thanks to capitalism, okay, which made it possible for women to have jobs outside the home for the very first time in the 19th century, no longer to be dependent on husband or father or brother, right? And so this great thing that's happened to us, allowing us to be totally self-supporting, independent agents, has produced all this animosity between men and women, because the women feel unhappy. Women today, wherever I go, whether it's Italy or Brazil or England or America, okay, or Toronto, okay,
So she's naming all these Western countries, or those Western countries being influenced by that ideology, right? She's naming all these places, right? So one thing I want to say about that, right? One thing I want to say about that is this. She didn't say Russia. She didn't say any other place in Eurasia. And she didn't say any other place. She didn't say a place in Africa either. Okay. I was never against a woman working. I had no issue with a woman working. I said, okay, well, yeah, a woman can work. That's whatever. What I was against is what the work made the woman become. She considers a job title better than a man. So, for example, a man is a six-figure man driving a truck, right? He may make six figures driving a truck. A woman may make 60,000 being let's just say being a nurse. However, she still feels that she is more superior to that truck driver because of her title. Okay? That's just what happens most of the time.
The upper middle class professional women are unhappy, miserable. And they don't know why they're unhappy. They want to blame it on men. Okay, the men.
So again, it goes back to the verse of the Quran where Allah said that, if you forget about Allah, if you forget about Allah, if you forget about Allah, then you will live that depressed life. You know what I mean? You are going to live that depressed life. And I mean, this is proof. I mean, this just goes to show the proof of the Quran. This just goes to show the truth of the Quran, bro. A lot of the things that take place in the Quran, yes, they're coming to like, I guess you can say, manifestation. They're saying more women are oppressed or are depressed. They're saying more women are not feeling this and things like that. So it just goes to show you, bro, that they made their own bed. You should let them lay in their bed living a depressed life, okay? It's not your obligation to save them. Okay? They brought it upon themselves. Yes, maybe men were complicit in it to a certain extent, but just let them be. Let them go.
Must change. Men must become more like women. No, that is the wrong way to go. Okay, it's when men are men, okay, and understand themselves as men, are secure as men. Then you're going to be happier.
Yeah, well, there's nothing more
but look at
dangerous
it.
than a weak man.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and especially all these quislings, okay, spouting feminist
Yeah,
rhetoric. When
no
I hear
kidding.
that,
Quislings. That's a good way to say a bug sandwich eater. She's going in. Told you she's
Quislings. Yeah, that's a good word. And I may take that word, that a lot of these people are quislings. You know, a lot of them are quislings.
Based.
it makes me sick. But here's the point. Men and women have never worked side by side, ever. Maybe on the farms, okay, when you were like, maybe one person's in the potato field, the other one's over here in the doing tomatoes or whatever, okay? You had families working side by side, exhausted with each other, no time to have any clash of this. It was a collaborative effort on farms and so on. Never in all of human history have men and women been working side by side. And women.
And that's true. You know, like when you look at it, even from an Islamic standpoint, yes, you had Muslim women teachers who would teach their kids or teach younger men, you know. So this is the thing. The thing is that what I'm going to say is that there was never a push in, like, when you look in traditional African societies or when you look in traditional Islamic societies, there was never a push for this like gender equality type thing. There was never a push to make a woman do what a man does. There was never really a push to say, oh, women can do this better. There was never really that kind of push. That push only happened after colonialism, I would say. That's when the push really happened, you know, after colonialism.
Women are now the pressure about Silicon Valley. They're also sexist. Oh, they don't allow women in and so on. The men are being men in Silicon Valley. All right, and
especially the engineer.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. When I was first getting my, when I first got like my tech certification and my tech degree in college, I hate to say it, but women were like I really hate to say it, but women, I couldn't depend. I didn't depend on them on anything, but at the same time, they depended on me for so many things because they were so like, it's just, they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle all the terms. They couldn't handle Ubuntu. They couldn't handle like using chocolatey. They couldn't handle using Linux. They couldn't handle using like basically assigning administrative privileges to certain users on certain systems. They couldn't handle doing these things. You know what I mean? So it was just like, when you look at these majors like agronomy, engineering, things like that, I hate to say it, but women really aren't built for these kind of things. You know what I mean? I'm going to be real with you. It's just not like a field that appeals to them anyway, you know? But yet they try to enter it anyway, thinking that they can do it. And yeah, they can do it, but it's just not really gonna work, and it doesn't really work most of the time.
And the women are demanding that, oh, this is terrible, you're being sexist. Maybe the sexes, okay, have their own particular form of rhetoric, their own particular form of identity, okay?
And that's exactly what got her canceled, talking like this, saying that men and women have separate specialties that they generally go for. You know, like men loving things, women loving people. And so you have a lot of nurses that are women and a lot of men that are engineers. But you can't, in the postmodernist society we live in today, where a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man, and that there are no behaviors rooted in biology. You can't say.
And that's the same thing with sports. Like, that's the same thing with sports. Like, when you look at it, I'm gonna just take an example. When I was coaching soccer, there was a group of college women who thought that they can beat my middle school kids, my group of 13-year-old kids. There was a group of women, they were college soccer players. They thought they can beat my 13-year-old middle school kids. And I shrugged my shoulders. I said, okay, bet. Said, no problem. Bet. When the game was over, the score was 5-0, and it was my middle school kids who scored the 5 goals. So again, even with women's sports, I hate to say it, but the only entertaining women's sports that I find are track and field and tennis. Watching women's soccer, watching women's basketball, I hate to say it, it just doesn't move fast enough for me. When you look at how males, European professional soccer moves, it moves very, very fast. Okay? I don't even enjoy women's boxing or women's combat sports like that. Really don't enjoy it. Completely different dynamics in terms of physical speed, strength, technique, all of that.
That in general, men go towards this direction, women go towards that direction. You can't. Yep.
Maybe, okay, we need to re-examine, okay, this business about, maybe we have to perhaps accept some degree of tension and conflict between the sexes, okay, in a work environment. I don't mean harassment. I'm talking about women feeling disrespected, how somehow their opinions when they express them, okay, are not taken seriously, or even Hillary Clinton is complaining. Oh, when a woman writes something online, she's attacked immediately.
I also noticed these things as a small business owner, that once you hire women or you start hiring women, the space changes completely. I don't know if this or if anybody.
I'll give a better example. Women bring their emotions into work, and like a lot of times women will actually alter the work culture by her emotions. So like, I'm gonna be honest, you have a lot of woke women. That's why I'm happy I work by myself. Alhamdulillah for that. I work by myself. And even the new thing that is going to enable me to relocate abroad, finally going back where I can kiss the soil of my home continent, where I can finally say mwah to my home continent, is a solo job. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of time women in their like ways, and a lot of time, most of the time, they're very unprofessional, unless they're the older generation women. Forget this younger generation women. A lot of times what happens is they alter the work culture, and usually I see that most of the time they make the work culture very unhealthy.
Here that works in small specialized teams for other businesses can speak on this, but it starts to get infantilized in a way. This is yeah. And on you, what is it? What's that department called? Okay, but when you look at something
over here in the doing tomatoes or whatever, okay,
and
people for one reason or another. This is in egalitarian societies, which is extremely interesting. And then the biggest difference is the difference in interest between people and things. And so women are more interested in people and men are more interested in things, which goes along quite nicely with your car anecdote. But the thing about men interacting with men, again, is that it isn't that they respect each other's viewpoints. That's not exactly right. What happens with a man, and I know a lot of men that I would regard as remarkably tough people for one reason or another, and everything you do with them is a form of combat. If you want your viewpoint taken seriously, often you have to yell them down, and like they're not going to stop talking unless you start talking over them, you know. And it's not like men are automatically giving respect to other men, because that just doesn't happen. It's that the combat is there and it's expected. And one of the problems, and so this is part of the reason why I think men are bailing out of so much of academia and maybe the academic world in general, and maybe the world in general, is that,
man, nothing more cringe than seeing a name tag on a poor, lowly, like hourly wage worker forced to have pronouns on there. Nothing more cringe than that. And you know,
and that's why you have to exit the United States and don't go to these countries. I don't recommend you going to the Scandinavian countries either, because they're pushing that pronoun crap too. And be honest with you, they're pushing that pronoun as well. You know what I mean? They're pushing the pronoun, and you have to stay away. Okay, do what you can to stay away out of those things. You know what I mean? Do what you can to stay out of those situations. Okay, please.
like they can't be like, just don't put that shit on there, please. Then the other men became more, put that all
inherently driven by a power dynamic.
The answer to all of this, okay, everything that we're talking,
you know, mostly what you're supposed to do is avoid it. And
well, I've seen, you know, I don't know whether this crosses into other countries, but that there's a certain kind of taunting and teasing that men and boys do with each other that toughens them, okay, and where they don't take things seriously. But a girl's feelings become extremely hurt if she hears something like that's very tough, you know, again, like sarcastic against her. So I mean, I do feel that there are profound differences between the sexes in terms of emotions, in terms of communication patterns. You know, my father used to say that he could never follow women's conversations. He said women don't even finish sentences. The women understand immediately what the other woman is saying, okay, and in the way that women tend to be more interested, or have been traditionally more interested in soap operas, it's not just that the women were home without jobs. It's that honestly, I believe that soap opera does mirror the way women talk to each other. There's these communication patterns that have been built up through women, the world of women, okay, which was, it made sense there was a division of labor, okay. It wasn't sexism against women that there was a division of labor. The men went off to hunt and did the dangerous things. The women stayed around the hearth because you had pregnant women, nursing women, older women, okay, they were cooking and so on. So I feel like these communication patterns that we're talking about have been built up, okay, over the centuries, and the men had to toughen each other, okay, to go out. You know, the hunting parties of Native Americans, you know, they could be gone for 2 weeks, and when the temperature was below zero, okay, many of them died. Okay, you know, the idea that somehow, any kind of separation of the sexes or different spheres of the sexes is inherently sexist.
And inherently driven by a power dynamic.
The answer to all of this, okay, everything that we're talking about, okay, is education into early history, okay, until people understand the Stone Age, the nomadic period, the agrarian era, and how culture, how civilization built up, okay, in Mesopotamia, the great irrigation projects, or in Egypt, okay, where you had for the first centralized government authority became necessary, okay, to master these. You had a situation where environmentally, difficult situation like the deserts of Mesopotamia, or the peculiar character of Egyptian geography, where you can only have a little tiny fertile line along the edges of the Nile, okay, an otherwise desert landscape. So this civilization and authority, okay, right, as not necessarily about power grabbing, but about organization to achieve something for the good of the people as a whole.
Yes, you see that's exactly the symbolism of the great father.
By reducing all hierarchy to power, okay, and selfish power, okay, it is utterly naive. It's ignorant. Right? So I say education has to be totally reconstituted, including public education, to begin in the most distant past. So our young people today who know nothing about how the world was created that they inhabit, okay, can understand, okay, what marvelous technological paradigm.
Well, that's the problem. You know, and that's why I say you have to read books, is because they hide these things from you. You know, like certain things in books you would never hear your teacher talk about. You will never hear your teacher say. That's why, you know, it's kind of some kind of like, you kind of have to have like an intuition to go out and look for those things. You know, I know it's kind of hard to have that intuition. But again, you kind of have to have it. You know what I mean? But perhaps like I can resume tomorrow on this because I've been going on for like dang near 4 hours now. But I'm gonna continue. Maybe I'm gonna continue with this video because it is bringing up some good points. But yeah, since it's like going on 4 hours now, I think I'm gonna get off here and go handle some other stuff. And yeah, man. But for those of y'all who tune in, I know it's a big old replay and nobody has 4 hours to waste. But yeah, man, just kind of browse through, skim through, and get the good points of this. Fool is signing out. Njad Rama, SYS, and B. Save yourself, Muslim brother.